in a world divided by data and conflict. Welcome to Pixels to Politics, Season 3.
Defense, and they general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture.
She's basically doing the job of the prosecutors and what they would do, and she's arguing that they wrongfully collected the text messages or something of the sort. She's arguing that the text messages and the way the validity of them being entered into evidence based on the way they were collected, I think.
Of the text messages, and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial, and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the
I mean, it's fine. That's a good question to bring up. It's totally feasible that somebody else is sending the messages. I lean closer to it was probably him sending the messages, honestly. But I swing either way. I think she's, at this point, it's a little weaker. Her foundation here is a little weaker, or a lot weaker compared to before. And I'll probably lean closer to that the text messages are actually from, Tyler versus the boyfriend or somebody else. I think she's arguing that somebody else is just logged in, which is fine. It's a fair argument, but I don't know if it's going to sell.
FBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then...
Fair. Honestly, it's 50-50. You guys will have to, again, decide for yourself.
The idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full...
And ahead of time, I'm just going to jump ahead. Andrew said that her point didn't make sense earlier when it came to the fingerprints because there were a ton of possibilities as to why the fingerprints were degraded. I would argue that her point should stand because she's arguing the same thing. Well, those text messages could have came from anywhere. True. Any possibility leaves it open-ended. So under his own argument, she's 100% correct that it leaves room for doubt. As a matter of fact, if she were to go by exactly how he felt, it makes it damn well impossible to be used as evidence.
Pledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse,
I've read a lot of manifestos from a lot of those fucking people who lose their minds, a lot of their manifestos are written the exact same way. A lot of them are like this. So for this, she's wrong. I've seen manifestos again that are written like this most of the time when they know it's going to be a big event, mass killing and type shit. They tend to write like that. So I'm not surprised.
I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids and you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way.
Did anyone mention the confession? I don't, like, the mother or whoever, like, saying that? Like, where's he just kind of jumping to?
That the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things. I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing
did.
is a cool story.
It's not cool. Well, you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story. Wait, you're saying that according to your sources.
Come on, Candace. Not entirely fair. You can't say that your testimony from somebody else that you're not even identifying is of equal weight of somebody who is on trial and giving testimony or supporting evidence. Let's calm down a little bit. I've been on your side for 2 hours now. Come on now. Give people the benefit of the doubt. It's fair for them to be critical here. Anyone can basically do what you're doing and just say, well, I talked to so-and-so or who's close to it, and they said it's something else. Calm down, Candace. You had me the whole time. Please don't lose me.
Is that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this?
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
What is sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
With what? With a sheriff friend? With a sheriff friend? I don't know what I understand what he's saying, but I just don't know if it's true. And it's almost like he's saying the same thing Candace is, although his should be a little more easier to prove or not if the parents publicly came out and said it was him and then changed their mind and said, no, just kidding, it's not him. Like, that should be pretty easy to prove. So hopefully we get a fact check, but I feel like he just kind of skipped over whatever the points were at the start. Like, I don't know.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler confronted him?
That's part of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact checked pre-debate.
Are you talking about the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been.
This guy's such a fucking moron. He said, where'd you get that from? And he's like, well, it's something I found before the debate. Okay, but where did you get it from, you fucking idiot?
In the charging documents. Yeah. But I do. We can pull them up.
No,
and yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that on the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up.
I don't know who Mike Mitchell is. I did hear that the dad was the one who turned him in. I remember hearing about it a long time ago. Again, I don't know what the current status quo is of who did what and when, so.
What became the charging document. He after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though. Why
it
wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
It's not correcting. That
misinformation?
doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence, I'm going to address that point. I'm
just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah,
we don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never happened.
You're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. You say involved. I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about
confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have written in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then
first?
just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that,
thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that, and she didn't.
I love that she has to walk him through it again. It's like, this is what happened before, buddy, and this is why we're talking about it now. You said that the text messages were 100% proof. This is why I doubt them. X, Y, Z. And then, of course, he's just going to say some nonsense.
Even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get discovery on the messages.
Don't you think that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called.
Is this guy fucking dumb? I've never seen someone be so gullible. Yeah, bro. Sometimes the prosecution goes to court with evidence that gets dismissed after being unreliable. It happens all the time, including DNA, including evidence that has been wrongfully seized. And I feel like he just has, again, I've said it a bunch of times now. He has no idea how trials work. He doesn't seem to understand that it's the defense's job to just make sure that the jury proves that there's doubt, that the prosecution's job is to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And yes, in lots of cases, all the time, evidence gets dismissed. Evidence gets doubt placed upon it. So if the defense attorney can say that they don't know where the text messages came from, then that would be doubt, buddy. Jesus, man, this guy is such a fucking moron.
Winners and losers. They may not be fabricated. But by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
they just could be somebody else.
The parents fact.
Yes, another fucking like 30 minutes wasted because this guy can't understand simple words or points or like engage in a debate at all. He just has no idea what's happening at any given moment.
So I was saying, right? I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's
here?
mother.
Again, she's just like, hey, can we make sure that this is the document? What are we looking at? And this fucking bozo just starts reading it immediately. He doesn't question anything. So it says 9/16/25 information.pdf. I don't know what it is, but maybe we'll find out.
Explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging doc?
I can't see it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news.
I'm sorry, I'm going to read it just over him real quick. Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left. So I had already seen this. Becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who is transitioning genders. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who had very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. Robinson's father reported that when his wife... she showed him there. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched a rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied that he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home as they discussed the situation. Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated that he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained there's too much evil and the guy, Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate. They talked about Robinson turning himself in, convinced Robinson to speak with a family friend who is a retired deputy sheriff. Okay, so that's the Mike guy. At Robinson's father's request, the family friend met with Robinson and his parents and convinced Robinson to turn himself in.
He agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed.
Yeah.
Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No.
Bro, are you fucking retarded? He doesn't seem to know anything about how trials work. So just for clarity, what she's saying is that she thinks that this testimony, this written testimony, is written by Mike Mitchell, this cop, undercover cop, and not the parents. I think that's where she's going with this. This guy's not going to understand that for sure. He has no idea.
Well, first off,
that's the question.
First off, the parents are not going to ever play in court. Play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison forever.
But they're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just
Well, yeah, because that would help their son get free if Candace can sow doubt. So, I mean, yes. Again, I don't think it's fair for Candace to use an unknown source as evidence that she's correct or that that the case is wrong. At least in a debate where they're trying to be as factual as possible, because it's not a point that anyone can take down. But yeah, it makes sense that her parents would talk to Candace and say that, like, hey, look, this testimony was written by a guy named Mike. He's speaking on behalf of the parents. So, I mean, yeah, and also the case hasn't come up yet. Like, the trial hasn't started. So it's possible the parents do end up testifying and saying the opposite of what this Mike Mitchell guy says. So, I mean, I don't, again, for me, it seems simple.
Said, I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
No, you can't do that, you idiot. You can't do that during a trial. That's not how that... You can't... Oh my God, bro. Bro, in the middle of a trial, when you're a witness, you can't just come out in the media and be like, yeah, dude, everything the other guy said on the other side is wrong. You can't do that in the middle of a trial, you fucking idiot. What is wrong with this guy, bro?
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
Yes, she's correct. To me, to her, it's 1 + 1 = 2. This fucking idiot is like, I don't know, bro. He's just dumb. Like
this mother,
especially when your son is
if I thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up.
Well, congrats. You would go to jail for contempt, and maybe even worse. Like you cannot do that in the middle of a trial. You can't run around spouting evidence that you think is true or that you're against when you're a part of the trial, bro. Like, that's just not how it works. Fucking idiot, man. A, you could ruin your own case, which is why lawyers don't advise doing it. Or B, you can get evidence thrown out, which is why they don't advise doing it. What is wrong with this guy, bro?
My wife, she would be like, that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I mean, it's simple. It's black and white. There's no real question here. He's just retarded and she's just not.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's
parents.
him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be.
Yup, it's very possible during the trial that the parents dispute it. Yep. Seems simple. Again, I don't know. I was just saying this shit earlier. This guy is just fucking so slow. It's crazy, man. She has to walk him through he can't believe it. His mind is being blown. He's like, what? They could dispute text messages, but the text on the screen says it was him. What the hell? Text messages can come from other people than the person whose phone it belongs to? Well, I've never thought about that. Wow. Holy shit. What a fucking idiot,
to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues, if the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement. And here is his statement. That,
as a matter of fact, just from what I know about the law, it's actually way more beneficial to let your opponent say as much stupid shit that you can prove them wrong when the trial actually starts. So it's super beneficial for the defense to let the prosecution go, look, we have a testimony, it's going to prove, and then let it fly through to the trial until you can prove it wrong. That's a tactic commonly used. I mean, I don't think either of these guys know it, but I definitely know Andrew has no fucking idea that that's a common tactic used. It's just insane. Like, this guy's IQ, man, I mean, maybe it's just lukewarm and it's at 100. I don't know. But what I do know is he's a fucking idiot.
That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, you fucking idiot. I mean, again, I guess I should have waited, but that's the worst time to do it. Why would you do that in an opening statement? It's way more beneficial to let your opponent say as much stupid shit as possible, so that they're fluffing up an argument that you can very easily take down later. I mean, I think it's even commonly used in debates. It's commonly used in police investigations when they're trying to catch someone in a lie. They basically bait them into lying more and more and more and pretending that they're like, oh, yeah, sure, bro. Like, I was just watching a case where they were arresting a child predator, and they were tricking the child predator into thinking he was talking into a real child. And so he keeps going on and on about how, like, oh, yeah, the child did this and there wasn't a fucking child. And so later on, you pull the rug out from underneath them, you wasted all their time, and you put them on the back foot. And it's the same thing in a trial. You let the prosecutor or the defense push all this evidence that they think they have, and then when they're done, you show them that they're wrong. It's a great tactic. It works. It's wonderful. But this guy's such a monkey, like, he has such a fucking low IQ. He can't believe it. He's like, what? Wouldn't that be the best time? Is like right when they're talking about it in the opening statement, when literally none of that passes as actual evidence. Like, dude. Oh boy. Woo.
It's not, it's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery.
You're saying that they didn't receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
no,
they could have said they're
no,
they're not allowed.
Well, I think they could have. I might be wrong. I think they could have. They could have brought it up, but it doesn't really make sense. Why would the defense work on behalf of the prosecutors? I'm like, why would the defense be like, the prosecutor has this evidence that they're going to bring up later on? I mean, you can, and they do sometimes, but why would you do it in this particular situation? Like, no matter what here, Andrew's a retard, right? Let's say that this evidence is really damning. Let's say this evidence is the most damning, right? It's the worst evidence. Why would the defense bring it up? The real question is, why didn't the prosecution bring it up during the open statements? Well, let's say it's the most damning and it's wrong. Well, then why would the defense bring it up and not just wait until in the middle of the trial when they can absolutely shit on their opponent during the most appropriate time? Like, no matter what here, this guy's wrong. It's incredible. It's truly incredible to be this stupid. I'm impressed. I'm genuinely impressed.
No, in a preliminary hearing, the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's evidence.
I'm asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like, if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked to...
Oh, well, I think they would. Guess what? For many years, I was a lawyer. He just gets so excited, he's like, yeah, I think I'm winning. Yeah. He just goes on. What a fucking
in depth with my attorney. They said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds.
Really? Your attorney? You just have a criminal defense attorney on standby? Interesting. I don't know what, for just in case you don't know, Andrew, different lawyers specialize in different things. So you have a criminal defense attorney? You just have one on standby for what? The next time you go and murk somebody? Why do you have a criminal defense attorney? And he's just incorrect. I mean, I'm no lawyer. I took law studies in high school, but you're just wrong. Like, you're also just inherently wrong. Your lawyer's wrong. So, yeah, whatever.
That's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on the law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal. Right. So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of these charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just put
what I'm asking specifically is like who could shut parents up?
What the fuck? He just like is all over the place. She's saying that they didn't bring it up during the opening statements because it's in the middle of being questioned whether or not it might get dismissed. Which is also pretty fair. Why would the defense bring it up and cause any damage to their own case? Because obviously a jury's not always all that smart. You don't want to provide evidence on behalf of the prosecution that you're going to end up just getting dismissed later on. That doesn't make any sense. And the prosecution doesn't want to push it right now because they also are worried it might get dismissed. So like, again, every angle you look at this, it doesn't make any sense as to use that for evidence at the moment for either side. I didn't even know about the dismissal. But of course, he's just being like, yeah, you know what? I want to jump back to something else because, again, he just refuses to engage in anything she's saying. He's just all over the place.
You're asking why you're saying could they just
what I'm asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible.
Who? I don't know. The judge, the lawyers, either of them. The public, the other parents, like anyone can shut a parent up in this situation. What?
This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet.
Yeah, bro. Yep. I mean, I don't know. He's like arguing from a completely emotional, I forget what I call it, like anecdotal, but like personal anecdotal POV that he's like hypothetical that he's never even been a part of. So I don't know. It's like, it's super easy to dismiss. Congrats. You think something and that's your thought. You're acknowledged. Get your gold star for having a thought, buddy.
Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that's quite ridiculous, but I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued. Right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, this whole debate is because of evidence that you are using to say that you're convinced. That's the whole point of this debate. You said enough evidence has been presented, and now you're saying you shouldn't really do that because it hasn't gone to trial yet. Like, what? Oh my god, dude.
Wait a second.
We're here.
Wait a second.
It's like, I love her so much. Wait, hold on. We actually think so much. Like, I haven't seen it, obviously. I don't think I could sit through fucking 6 hours of this, even if I was paid to. But I love that I say things and then she says it right after me.
I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
Yeah, well, but thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
I remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be.
It's not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Mm-hmm.
It's just what I find convincing is what.
No, you're. Listen. Sadly, I've got a really good memory, and particularly right now, it hurts. And I remember your opening statement. You kept using the word overwhelming. You were overwhelmingly convinced, which I would say synonymously, beyond a shadow of a doubt, is fitting. I would say overwhelming and beyond a shadow of a doubt works. Right? You know, audience, are you with me? I feel like you're with me. So, yeah, bro. Like, this guy. But he didn't learn that in his elementary vocab class today, so maybe tomorrow.
I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people...
No. Listen, not beyond. Listen, I didn't say it was beyond a shadow of a doubt. I just said it was overwhelming. Like, this is torture. Listen, I'm glad she's getting paid more than $250,000 to do this. Because, dear God, this guy is insufferable.
People say they don't find it convincing.
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody'd have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position...
Listen, I know it's normal to have Discord calls at all ages now, but it's still... I mean, I'm like 30, and I have Discord calls all the time. But it's so weird. I mean, how old is this guy? He's got to be like 40-something. No, surely he's not also 30. It's weird when he says it. I just like my intestines just kind of turned inside out. I have Discord calls about this all the time.
It's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff.
I don't know. Again, he's just, maybe he's just repeating his opening statement, but I don't like, what is the point of what he's saying right now? Why is he just repeating this shit? I mean, we understand what conspiracy theories are. We understand her point very clearly. She's poking a lot of holes in evidence that they've provided, which makes sense. And then she's, as far as I know, she's done a lot of deep dives herself and has provided evidence for why she thinks that other governments were involved in our own government. But honestly, we'll never get there. I mean, maybe we will. I don't know. There's like still 2 hours left. Maybe we'll get there, but it'll be so painfully slow because this retard is incapable of getting past like the most blaring pieces that show that there's a problem here. He's totally incapable of getting past the simplest shit. So I'm sure we'll never make it to the whole French Legion and Mossad, CIA cover. I don't know. Like, this guy would never, ever in a million years make it to that part of the debate.
Or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing.
Back to the opening statement.
Leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like, you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never...
most of us can, so far, from what she said. Most of what she said so far, at least a little bit, makes sense in terms of doubting what they've said. Totally fine. Makes sense to me. And it'll probably be evidence or things that the defense uses against the prosecution during the actual trial itself. Just because you don't understand it, doesn't mean it's not real, Mr. Andrew.
Whether or not you...
Someone draw pictures for him. Someone draw some pictures for him.
Just said, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay.
We know Thanks for.
I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave.
Dude, listen, I'm a Candace fan now. She's won me over. She's goated. Dude.
But beyond that, what I'm saying is that if the state is allowed to use
what you just gave, it's like, what do you even say all that for? Yeah, like we understand she has this point of view, you disagree. Why did you just say all that?
This is what my problem is. You guys are not like, yeah, you guys think while it's still legal, you can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem.
So I love that he keeps looking at Patrick for like validation. He's like, right, Patrick, right? He looks over at Patrick. What a fucking loser.
I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally false.
I'll explain exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period.
Wait, well, hold on. Maybe I should let him finish? Hold on. Might go back. Let's see.
That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition, in fact. What we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing.
She does all the work for me. I can see why people watch her. I can see why. I get it. I understand why she has more than 5 times his viewership. It makes sense to me now. I get it.
When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why
What is going on, guys? Why? What is wrong with this guy? Like, what is the point of what you're saying, dude? If you can't summarize your point in a single sentence, there's a problem. And you constantly have to do a monologue where you're just repeating the exact same shit over and over again, dude.
Wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that
we know, bro. We know why we're here. We fucking listened to your 10-hour monologue at the start. Why are you repeating it, bro? Like, what? Like, does he even know what's been going on for an hour? Does he have short-term memory loss? Like, what is wrong with this guy?
We could move into your actual claims that you've made, which
Bro, we're trying, but every single time you just go backwards. You're literally incapable of engaging with the conversation, and so she has to start at step 1 again. Or, sorry, she goes to step 2, and then you jump back to step 1. Oh, my Lord.
Then the idea of, I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is.
It says facts, but maybe this is true. Okay, well, I don't know. We'll find out. However, well, I'm just reading it, and it reads like a statement and not proof. So we'll have to wait to see what comes next, but this is more of a statement on the prosecution's behalf, meaning it's just words from a lawyer saying that they have disclosed all evidence. So, I mean, I don't know if that's true. Obviously, lawyers can lie and be wrong, but
presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal To be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery
just
documents.
show cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying there.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so that.
Yeah, I totally understand. Yeah, so then why is the evidence here? Like, what? Even his fucking fact checkers are retarded.
I'm even fine with it.
Yeah, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary
a show
to the
cause.
preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
Yeah. Right.
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted to question you on
no,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic.
made
That
many,
you decide
many
that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else.
Listen here, they made many, many claims that can't be true. And you need to prove all of them right now on the spot. Listen, buddy, her really the foundation and basis of what she's ever talked about is just that some of this evidence doesn't make any sense. And that I think there might be alternatives. And here's why. I just don't understand. This guy's like a fast food junkie or something. He's just like, well, you said Benjamin Netanyahu was on the roof and pulled the gun himself. If you don't show me a fucking video of Benjamin Netanyahu pulling the trigger, then I don't believe you. It's just like, it reminds me a lot of the people who keep saying the Epstein files are a hoax or that there's not enough evidence in the files. It's very much the same thing to me. It's like, bro, like, if you want, a zoomed in 5D video where I can send you back in time so that you can go see who is pulling the trigger or the events that led up to it, like, I'm sorry, I can't provide that for you. All I'm saying, and all she's saying, is that there's some reasonable doubt here and that there's some evidence that maybe some other people were involved. Really, that's it. And what's funny is that most of the time, he kind of agrees with her, and he just doesn't even realize it. But, again, I don't think he'll ever see that that's what's going on. Maybe he's trying to poach some of her 250,000 live stream followers. I don't know.
And I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your
and you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the
and
things
we
that
should
you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about. Not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, okay, I kind of understand what he's saying. He's like, listen, we should be talking more about the evidence that you have. He's incapable of communicating his point, and that's the problem. He's saying that, hey, you said this evidence points to said government or said other person or said other assassin. Let's talk about that. But I don't know if he just doesn't know of any of the evidence that she's said or what. I mean, he said multiple times he has it, but I don't know. Maybe he's incapable of communicating that. I don't know. To me, it seems really simple to be like, hey, we've been talking about the evidence from the case that I've used to come to my conclusion. All right, let's talk about some of the stuff that you used to come to your own conclusion outside the case. Seems really simple to me. I don't know why he's struggling at communicating that.
In regards to the assassination itself. You should, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate is
the major
is
substance.
Me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw. And in your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well, there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
you're conceding.
Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that
I'm both of them are kind of annoying me at this point because again, just move on. Like it's fine. You want to stop talking about the case itself. You've already dismissed all of it as being unreliable. Fine, okay. Just be like, okay, can we please now talk about Candace is kind of being a little defensive about it, which is maybe a little telling. I don't know. We'll find out. But he should just very clearly say, hey, I don't want to talk about the case anymore. I understand that you doubt it. I still use it. I'm still convinced. It doesn't seem like that's going to change. Now let's talk about the evidence you have that somebody else was involved or a foreign entity was involved, another entity, whatever. Cool. Seems really simple. I don't know why he doesn't just say that. And again, she is coming off a little defensive about it, but let's see.
The state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, sure. I do doubt
the
state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk.
Poor woman. Okay, never mind. I take it back. She wasn't being defensive. She just didn't understand because he's, again, incapable of communicating what he wants to do. He's like a child. He's like a toddler, right? Who can't speak his words. He just kind of points at the fridge and he's just, juice. But you don't know if he wants orange juice or apple juice or like what juice he wants. And so now she's like, well, do you want apple juice? Do you want orange juice? Do you want grape juice? Like, what kind of juice do you want, Andrew?
If you want to talk about Turning Point USA.
I'd like to talk about all of it.
And get into it.
Bro, I want all the juice. Give me all the juices. Pick one, you fucking retard.
Totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
I'm sorry.
Candace, question for you.
But I am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question.
Okay, that's fair because I've said the same thing about him. Maybe for her it's the same. Maybe for it's the same that she needs the 5D preview that it was him. Totally fair question. Good job. Like I said, Patrick, I don't agree with him politically, but he's a really good mediator.
So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like we got him on camera taking the shot. We have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that
All right. I mean, this is a problem I have with everybody these days. Everybody needs a 5D video of the person committing the crime. And it's like, yeah, that's just not reality, right? Like, why would they have 5D footage of this guy leaving his house, hopping in a car, driving it, and then showing up to the thing, climbing the roof, taking the shot, leave? Like, look, I totally understand. I want as much clear evidence as possible, but never in the history, of any trial ever has it just been a 100% slam dunk. It's just not the reality of how law works. You can always argue, okay, we're going to try and get this evidence dismissed, maybe whatever, for any reason possible. Every single explanation that could explain why the video is there has also been argued against. Like, there will always be some doubt whatsoever. And while I've read a lot of conspiracy theories, most of the time I dig into them and they kind of fall apart. However, this like constant need for everybody to have 100% proof, you're just not going to get it. Like, it just is what it is. You kind of have to decide for yourself, especially now in the age of AI. Like, videos can just be faked all the time. Don't worry, that's going to start getting used a lot too. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys. It sucks. I wish we had satellite footage of Tyler taking the shot too, but it's not feasible. So
that the feds didn't ask him any questions. The fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. As the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun, the FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it.
I mean, I'm honestly not that crazy informed about the case, and I can't disprove anything. She's kind of leaning more on the I doubt the evidence versus here's what I need as evidence. And if she wants a 5K, foolproof video, it's even if they had it, they're not going to show it in the opening statement. They're gonna wait till during the trial. So I mean, maybe it will be slam dunk once it starts. I have no idea. So
the FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI, and then she says she gets a call on the 13th, and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, she's going on a tangent about how terrible cops are, detectives and investigators and people in general in the government. Yeah, that's a common notion people are learning. That's a common thing that people are coming around to, is that most people who work for the government are fucking retarded. It just is what it is. Listen, I'm not saying it isn't basis for a conspiracy. I'm sure some of these things are, for sure. But I wouldn't be surprised if these people were just entirely incompetent, because that is, I think people strongly underestimate how incompetent our government is, and how incompetent the police are. You would think that people who spend 20 years in a field wouldn't be incompetent. Trust me. Nah. Oh. Again, there's foundational evidence for why she believes in what she believes, for sure. But some of these things sound just more like complete incompetence, which I think people would be surprised how many incompetent errors result in large conspiracies.
Carried Charlie in to go to the hospital. They had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale. That's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence.
I guess, like, maybe she's correct in the terms of, the possibility that it wasn't a shooter or Tyler. And true. Yeah. I mean, who knows? The fucking thing could be laced with a radioactive material. Who the fuck knows? But, at what point do you just stop, right? Why not put a giant tent over 100 square foot of miles of the place, until you can figure it out, or quarantine the entire world, right? Like, in order to prove the conspiracy, let's say her conspiracy belief is true, well, then you're going to need to quarantine thousands of square miles of the earth in order to collect all the evidence. So again, under the assumption that the police are correct, that the FBI is correct, and that he's just the shooter, then what purpose does the crucifix play at all that he's just wearing? Most people go into the situation and they're, okay, this guy shot him from the building. This crucifix is probably just a crucifix. Nobody, I don't know what role she's thinking that the crucifix is playing. I don't know if she thinks it was part of the explosive. I don't know where this is going, but she's losing me really quick. I'll just say that much. I understand the doubt. I understand being upset about incompetence. However, I think there's a line that we're crossing here. It's like, well, nobody should have been able to leave the area, and everybody should have been strip searched, and the whole building should have been on lockdown. The whole county should have been, blocked off. Like, okay, just calm down a little bit. Like, I understand, but
immediately paving over the crime scene? Is this is like the craziest thing ever? This defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. And I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird.
True. Yes. That last thing you said is true. That was weird. I'm not sure everybody is sitting there listening about the crucifix thing and going, holy shit, they gave away his crucifix back to his wife? That's really weird. Nobody's thinking that about the crucifix. The crime scene, sure. That's kind of weird. No doubt. A lot of suspicion going on there. The crucifix, not so much.
There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVUs washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. Mm-hmm. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident. The various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to
Again, Patrick, I don't agree with most of his politics, but still a decent mediator.
see for you to say?
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing.
I wouldn't say we got nothing. Did we get a clear image? No. Did we get nothing? No. Again, I'm slightly more in between with these guys. But for the most part, she's had me for the first half of this video. We'll see where this goes because it's devolving pretty quick.
But hearsay of people saying...
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
You're right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One clear image of his...
But I don't understand.
It's a courtyard. It's, like a fucking stadium or whatever. I'm not saying, like, it's not entirely unreasonable. There's not cameras outside some fucking building out in the middle of nowhere.
When you're
his
asked,
car plates.
if you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me. Andrew, what would it take to convince you that the oppositional is
Patsy.
true? Right? That he
Whatever. So I guess I'm in the middle here. He's too convinced off nothing, and she wants too much. Like,
he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented.
This guy can't answer a simple question. What kind of evidence would you have liked to have seen, Andrew, to prove that he was a patsy? Whoa, just good, clear evidence. Duh. Fucking dumbass. What would you like to eat today, Andrew? I want food. Nice. Good job. Way to answer the question, buddy.
That I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually...
Yes, no shit, bro. That's what everybody wants. You're so fucking stupid. It's incredible. I'm impressed. Thank God I'm sitting here like, Candace, you're losing me. And then this guy speaks, and I'm like, well, fuck. I don't want to be associated with him.
Some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take from me.
Okay.
Just
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then, of course, I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him.
Yeah.
So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here that from
Without
you,
question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy, the
Of
government
course,
was involved?
I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just
Of course I will. I'm a smart guy. I only follow logical evidence. Yes. Kill yourself, buddy. In Minecraft. Sorry. In Minecraft.
Yes, it's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and they what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas.
Yeah, I wonder who does that. I wonder who floods the zone. Is it A, the government, B, foreign governments, C, the people? I don't think the people are getting together and being like, guys, let's flood the zone. Dude, this guy's a Fed or fucking moron. I can't tell which.
And they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation.
No. I was hoping he's going to say something else. Why would that take away from legitimate investigation? Why would a bunch of fucking people, basement dwellers in a group who are spouting conspiracies, take away from cops doing their job? Like, what? Huh? Guys, you guys should all shut the fuck up, and we should just let cops do their job because cops are always right, and they're so smart, and they're so good at their job. Buddy, I would refer you to the Wayfair conspiracy.
Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made...
Flooding the zone is done... Again, this guy, he just learned a new word in his vocab class, and he's like, Mommy, flood the zone. You know what flood the zone is?
Absent. Oh, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad break.
Take an ad break, sure.
And then we'll talk Erica, Kirk, and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5
Yes, bro. Congratulations. I can't tell if he's reminding himself or what.
minute break.
For your wireless net comms, America Matters now.
I'm watching. It's funny. I am watching this on the Candace Owens YouTube channel. So if you want to go and watch the full thing, like you said, it's on the 3. It's Patrick, Betts, David, Candace Owens, and Andrew Wilson, or The Crucible.
So we're officially back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah. So I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct. And I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
Well, this is a meta conversation.
Right,
we're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like, let's use a
I mean,
word
there's
to use a word
nothing
that you're
transcending.
saying.
She's like, remember that word you learned in vocab class here?
But this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to me feels like a
So
bit of
am I
a.
allowed to ask the questions?
I'm going.
She's getting a little defensive again. Listen, Candace, I've been on your side this whole time. Please don't let me down.
already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation
Mm-hmm.
that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get
wanna-
to sit.
I wanna
if
ask you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can
part-
you answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask, and
I
I'm
know.
going to answer
And if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with
because
it,
I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah,
I
okay,
get it.
just so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just talk about
actually,
transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't.
Whoa, what in the fuck? Okay, so now I understand why she was getting ready there. That was an insanely direct. I don't like the objection beyond the scope of the witness, beyond the scope of knowledge of the witness. Why would she know that? I assume he's referring to something she said. Which maybe that's fair. I don't know. Let me go back. Let's see where it goes.
Direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
Well, we assume so based on what has been said so far. So
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say
Yeah.
that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
we can't say that.
maybe not. And, you know, like that was something I understood from what was said, was that there were 3 people who were likely, or sorry, 2 of the 3 were likely to have their evidence on there, one of which was the dad, and likely was the boyfriend, which we assume that was probably true. He's the boyfriend. They probably spent some time together.
certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were
So
on
that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know, for certain.
You can say no as far as I know for certain. Holy shit, bro. What in the fuck does that mean? You can say no as far as I know for certain. No, you can say I don't know. That is an appropriate response. I don't know. It's a possibility, again, based on what we heard.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually
You can
I,
say
just so
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
If your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why
No,
Like,
we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still
no, it's not a debate.
This is
Now
inclined
this
to
is
your
you saying I want to probe things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it. It's
I mean, even that question is kind of retarded. I don't know. I don't even know what the strategy is here. I don't know what, like, normally when you argue things, you do it in kind of in a sequence to build up to a narrative. And then you'd like take apart and try to break it down. He's kind of just like bouncing all over the place and asking questions that he thinks will make her look stupid, is what I feel like he's doing, which is totally in bad faith of any debate ever. But I mean, I don't know. I think she'll handle it just fine. We actually did a video. It was our only live stream on Instagram about the Legion thing, and I don't know. It seemed somewhat convincing.
to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was
Positive evidence? Is there such thing as positive and negative evidence? I don't. Evidence is evidence now.
told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is what
She's gonna nail him, and probably well, and should. But I mean, that's exactly the extent of where I thought that conversation would go. Like, I don't understand why he's doing this thing that is often done to conspiracy theorists, where they're just like, "Oh, you believe this thing, and it sounds crazy? Haha, got you. You said yes." Like, okay, congratulations. Like, what's the point of that? What a fucking dude. Whew.
when people say this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank account and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who
Is anyone down? Like, I think it's fine to say that, oh, I think you're lying. But again, this is a conversation that can't go anywhere because there is no official investigation as far as we know. And she wouldn't know. Like, that would be done by the U.S. government. And as far as I know, there hasn't been an investigation. So, like, I don't know. It's just a weird question. Like, it's so random. You know, it's like you came here to debate about who killed Charlie Kirk, and then all of a sudden he's like, yeah, you're a flat earther though, aren't you? It's like, what does that have to do with the debate? See, I forget. I think there's a specific term for people who like this tactic. I forget what it's called, but yeah.
I got it to the right body of people. And that's
Okay.
what I did.
Got it. I just want
Cool.
to make sure.
And so
I'm not trying to.
No, you're trying to make her look like an idiot. Just relax, buddy. We all know what you're trying to do. It's fine. You're trying to make all of her other points seem incorrect by pulling in some random other fact that she believes for some reason.
Trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I said I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported.
True. Very correct. That does seem like what he's doing. Again, I don't watch this thing. Maybe this is like a tactic he uses on the whatever podcast where he makes fun of OnlyFans chicks, but
I'm not
exactly as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get
No, you
your
are.
positions
I
clear.
have
You are,
not
clearly.
said, yeah, go ahead.
Now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you,
yes. Yep. Just, yes, we know.
give
Yes,
me,
we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like, when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Okay, where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel
Again, he says the word positive evidence. Is there such thing as positive and negative evidence?
killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing...
Look, just engage. Okay, now she's kind of jumping back to but the evidence on the other side doesn't seem correct. Is it that hard to bring up like the pager thing or the necklace blowing up or whatever, or Pistol Pete or some shit? I don't know. Or the guy who said it was him. I don't know. There's a lot of evidence you could bring up here. But again, he doesn't seem to know it, and she doesn't seem to want to bring it up herself, and it's making this conversation painful.
Motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ.
Oh, she's losing me quick, boys. She's losing me quick.
Issues.
Really? The gay transferee and the gay guy didn't talk about LGBTQ issues, and surely some of these people aren't hypocrites and eat at establishments. Like, how many commies or self-proclaimed socialists take part in capitalism every single day of their lives? I mean, come on now. Calm down, Candace.
Because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like
now I understand what he means by positive and negative evidence, but that's not. I don't think that's a real thing.
Said you don't get to for an hour and a half. Pepper
but the question I'm
questions
asking is about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show. But the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show.
Listen, God, I hate to be on the side of Andrew, but I kind of agree. Let's, I haven't watched your show, Candace, so how about you do provide some evidence as to why it leans in that direction more than just this tiny stuff, because it's so far you haven't provided anything, and I know there's stuff, so I'm kind of confused as to why she's not kind of poking forward.
In the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. I don't know
if she has made the specific claim that Israel was involved, to be honest. So it's possible that she hasn't. And so asking her this question is somewhat pointless, but I don't know. I don't watch her show, so I don't know idea.
The claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that.
Okay, there you go. Now we're on to something. Now we're moving along.
Now it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot.
Everyone is going to use anything that happens and twist it so that it fits their narrative. That is extremely normal. And obviously something Israel is particularly, I don't know if good at is the word I would use, considering the current, narrative against them. But it is something they do a lot. It's something the media does a lot. It's something every government administration does a lot. It's something that every political side does a lot. So, It could be that they just used the moment to make it about themselves and push whatever narrative they wanted it to be. Just saying.
Say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened, but it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no
pulled.
positive evidence.
Whatever you want.
She just did about the phones. You fucking idiot. I mean, dude, come on, focus up.
Say however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well,
I
like
don't, I don't
positive
need to. I
evidence
can just
would
have a
be
conversation.
Material evidence
The vocab. Here we go. Here's the vocab lesson with this guy every single time.
and other evidences which would
what we've
point you
said
to
is on our
Just said there's phones on the ground, my guy.
show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird.
I don't know. I don't know what this Hamptons thing is. I wish she would be a little more. I wish she would explain a little more what these things are. She's kind of, again, being kind of evasive.
The way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to.
He is trying to trap her a little bit because he knows that there's some things that she believes or that she's implied, and he's trying to bait her into it. But I think that's totally unfair. Listen, there's things that you don't say online or you don't say out loud on purpose because it could get you in trouble. Why would she say that when she knows she could get sued for saying it? Why would she say that? So why would she say it here on top of it? It doesn't make any sense. He's trying to trap her a little bit. This is definitely a part of the debate where it's kind of going a little haywire and losing its substance, but we'll see. Maybe they get around to actually talking about some piece of evidence. I don't know.
Ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay.
Fair
Fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is.
Can we play the video?
If you're,
What are we waiting so long for?
yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this
ahead
is
and
why
play it,
people think
though.
their involvement.
So she can
If they have the clip,
Yeah,
they
if they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
They can play the clip. Okay.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority.
I don't know
How?
who Pierre is.
Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay. Fair
But
enough.
also,
Involvement.
Platform.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you
That's-
think you with full confidence, you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
Right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
You also said you were fully sure. So yeah, and I mean it's proper. It's a debate. Now you should defend your position. And he's asking for you to defend it. He's really bad at asking for you to defend it, but you still should. So again, she's losing me a bit here, boys.
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
Nobody's disputing whether or not
yeah, but
Candace
like
Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think
Uh-huh.
that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I
it's
think.
with full
But at the end,
confidence.
Yes.
confidence.
That
you would
I
think
mis-
that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence,
to think when you think?
if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just going
confidence.
to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right? And I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I
evidence.
actually don't have to walk you through why I think.
Okay, I mean, it is a debate. You gotta offer some form of substance as to why you hold the position that you do. I mean, come on now, Candace. Damn it. I was with you for nearly 2 hours. For nearly 2 hours, I've been defending you and calling you smarter. And fuck, now you're losing me dirt.
I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward
Well, I mean, there's still an hour and a half left. Let's calm down.
things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to
said
my heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to
I'm not structuring how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I'm just
do.
Oh no, she's devolving to a little personal attack. Damn it, Candace. Come on, girl. You were doing so well. Oh man.
Is to
know,
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
And to say, you are not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
you
my
can
podcast.
say whatever you want. Nobody's
I said
disputing that.
It
I'm
it
asking.
seems like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mm-hmm.
why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this.
Mm-hmm.
I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think, and I've explained to you.
Oh no, Candace, why? We were doing so well.
My thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to...
You can't just listen. Yeah. You can't just say, well, if you want to know that, you want to know why, then you got to watch my show. I mean, come on, dude. Oh, man.
Drip to them? Like, here's why
it's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who is high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course. Of course.
But so there's good reason to doubt this.
So it's not a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements.
I mean, yes and no. Like, yeah, we can positively say that she was probably convinced this is true. I wouldn't necessarily say that acts as evidence. I would just say, okay, you're probably not lying, that you got a message from somebody that told you what you say they told you. That being said, it's not necessarily evidence that it's true. I mean, plenty of people do false FBI tips, false calls to the cops. I wouldn't necessarily say that, just because it's been made means that it's true. So she's kind of falling off a little bit. I'm starting to lose the fanboy mentality.
Things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me.
I can ask you, well,
this
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life.
Oh, they boys. The ego showing a little bit. Come on now, humble down. Don't just be like, well, it's my show. I can talk about what I want. No, Candace, I was on your side for nearly an hour, almost 2 full hours.
And my experiences and what has happened to me, and you're basically coming in like you're gonna regulate how I'm allowed to say it. If
I'm
I'm
not trying to
allowed
regulate
say
anything. I'm asking
you're
very pertinent
you're sounding
questions.
a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
you sound very
can't
defensive
say, I think.
and like you
She
just
does.
don't want to.
I agree. She does sound extremely defensive, which Sucks.
Answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just didn't
literally-
say it in the way that you wanted me
You
to
just
say
kind
it.
of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to
let's
actually
just go through
focus
every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips they
whatever
want.
it is that you guys have prepared. So let's go.
But I would still. On this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from.
All right, check this out. I want to do the full thing tonight and post it all, ASAP. But I really need to use the restroom and drink some coffee, get more coffee. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be right back for the Rumble viewers. But for you other listeners, well, I'll be back right away. So give me 1 second. Alrighty then. I am back. Let's continue. Mark my return.
Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to,
tell you
if you
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No,
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got
said.
it. So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, it was a lot of information, but
Well, you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100%?
I mean, I agree with her. It's weird that they didn't. I mean, that's a pretty crazy fucking message to receive in the first place. So I think I understand the doubt. To me, I just believe it. I'm just like, yeah, I mean, sure, why not? I understand why there's some doubt. She passes it along. There's no response. That's weird. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to make heads or tails of it. I understand if it's true that she received it, which I think she probably did. However, even I'm basically nobody compared to the 3 of these guys. And I've received tips from people that were insane. I couldn't believe the shit I was getting. And I had very strong, reasonable doubt that what they were telling me was the truth. Now, I've also received tips from other people that were, I thought were very true. And I've had some of them come on the show. Famously for my terms and my viewers' terms, is the hacker one, the German hacker. We had come on and talk about North Korea and Hillary Clinton, and I believe him. Now there's other people that I've gotten who I don't believe. So from her perspective, I totally understand getting that tip and believing it, and I think it's totally reasonable to pass it along. I again, what I'm saying is 50-50. 50-50, I would understand if it's a fake tip, and I would understand if it's real. She's a big platform. People who have evidence for something they want to get out probably are going to go to her. I'm sure it's not the only tip she's gotten. However, again, that being said, a lot of fake tips to these guys totally makes sense. So I don't, of all the things that she said, or the evidence that she said she's provided or that she has provided, this seems like a nothing one to me. I don't know why he's picking this one in particular to harp on. I do feel like he's trying to make her look like she's crazy, which, again,
Who it is.
valuable.
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
So If that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
and if you do say that and
Mm-hmm.
they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes.
are? Okay. I mean, that's,
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like,
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different.
I mean, she's going out on a long enough limb here on this to say that she's very convinced. To be fair, I would be too. If someone told me a foreign government was trying to kill me, I'd pass that message along too, and then be extremely concerned if I didn't get a message back. So again, Andrew's kind of like, I didn't ask her to defend it, but you asked her the question about it being true or not. So I mean, come on.
Different things. That's more
Two
something I
totally
asked you
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source that she's
probably
willing
didn't think
to
it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and
don't-
had a relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long
thi-
file.
Yeah.
This is a separate, this has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on
Well, I sent the email assuming that's
Why isn't he willing to engage? Like, I don't know. I've had a lot of people on my show that I've disagreed with. I've never taken such a nasty, like, doubtful position against them. Like, if they've even people I entirely think are fucking losing it, I'm curious. I ask open-ended questions. I made, in good faith, I just like have tried to let them explain what they're thinking. I don't know why he's just being so closed off about it.
you kept saying, like, you go and you make a report, you think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information? We're investigating this. And that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every
I already
possible
said she
lead.
did.
I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following.
Mm-hmm.
If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
And
they haven't
think
called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make
I
a
think all of us would or do.
report? Like, I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
but when
government.
Let me
you
ask
did-
one question.
but
Let me
when you
just
did
ask one
send it-
question. Let me just ask one question, and I'm going to bring it
Okay.
to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this is.
I'm not saying she's doing a good job at, defending her position on it. But I also find it extremely funny, of all the things we've learned this year and all the things that we've seen, that these two are surprised. Not the middle guy. Patrick is a big Israel guy. He's big on it. Again, but, it's awesome that he's mediating the debate. Again, I think he's very fair when he does these debates. And it's more than one time now that he's brought on people who are anti-APAC or, are very questionable about Israel. He's very open to allowing people to speak that are completely against his views. I'm totally for. I think that's awesome. Again, I disagree with him, but I think it's funny that, so this guy's pro-Israel and pro-APAC. She's obviously like, yeah, I think Israel killed Charlie Kirk. And then the one guy who is has all the reason to join in on the questions against Israel that we've mostly seen from mainstream media for quite a while. Not mainstream media, but from everybody else on Twitter and even left and right, like across the board. Everyone was like, man, Israel's kind of been making some moves, and we've seen a lot of evidence for it. And yet, for some reason, this idea that Israel may have been involved in some way is like, you might as well be saying that aliens are doing it to this guy. Like, he is just completely never convinced. There's no way you can convince him. And he has the least, like, stake in it. I'm just amazed that he is not even willing to engage in the idea at all.
Been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explain.
Even the Jew guy is, like, engaging. You know what I'm saying? Like, even the Jew mediator is like, yeah, all right, let's hear your evidence for it. Sure.
Lore, anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like, when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any.
Okay, but like, you're not sharing them here in a debate centered around the alternate theories and all the theories. So like, I want to be on your side. I want to listen, but this is like a fucking Marvel movie where you're like, well, you can't watch this movie. You got to go watch all the other Marvel movies. Like, bro, I don't want to watch all of your episodes. I get it. It's great advertisement, I guess, if that's what you want, is more viewers. But like, for me, just tell me what it is you believe and why. Like, what?
News source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day, all believe that there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe that there was a conspiracy. They were my sources.
That's great. Can you just go ahead and name one, and can we pull up some evidence? Can we get like 3 of those fact checkers to pull up any one of those?
At the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources.
Well,
like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have sources?
Well, hang on. I have sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see.
Well, then can we get the fucking... Hey, Jamie, pull up the photo. Can anyone pull up this photo? Why? Like, do I have to do work watching the podcast that is apparently just a quick summary of all the things that she's pulled up on her show? Like, why is this a third Marvel movie? You know what I'm saying? Like, the cinematic Candace Owens universe, like, that I don't really care much for. You've had me the entire time, and you're really losing me here. Okay, where's this photo? Pull it up. Can we get the photo? We have 6 fact checkers in the building, 1 mediator. Can we get the fucking photo, please? Anyone?
People go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams. And that.
Oh my God. Yes, but you are doing a fucking debate with 2 other people who are not part of your audience and whose audiences aren't a part of your audience. So for the love of God, can we please get the fucking photo or any of the other photos or a name or fucking, I don't care, clips? Like, I want to be on your side. I don't care. Just don't make me watch the Marvel Cinematic Universe to understand what you're saying in this entirely separate video, man.
That's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example...
All right, you're just flexing on us for the 18th time. Like, okay, that's great. You have great content. Okay, that's fantastic. I don't want to watch it. I'm watching this one video. That's why when I do episodes, and I have a very small audience, even then, I still reiterate things from before. And I provide the evidence again every single time so that new people can still feel like they're participating and that they don't have to watch 1,000 episodes.
When I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PBD.
How would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you,
dude, this guy's so annoying too. Honestly, both of them at this point are just annoying me. She says, I have this photo that is damning for the evidence that they provided. Why doesn't he just be like, can we pull up the fucking image? Can we get the photo? Like, you've been asking for positive evidence for over half an hour now. She finally says, there's a photo that that is a counter to the current claims. And then you don't say anything. Like, what the fuck, man? Just be like, okay, can we pull up the photo? Can we pull up a clip? Great, you have all this evidence. Let's go in one by one. It's not even hard. Like, what is going on here?
all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it. How would that legitimize any of that?
Well, what I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos,
Somehow we're no longer talking about Charlie Kirk or any of the things around it. We're just talking about Candace Owens, which, to be fair, it is what she's kind of forced us to do, and whether or not she's a credible source of information at all in terms of anything ever, which is, I guess it's an interesting twist, a plot twist I didn't expect to take place during the debate, but fuck it. I'm here for it. All right, fuck it.
Before seeing stuff, the public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they don't believe, they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think?
But you keep saying it over and over again. You've said it like 10 times now that we have to watch your content. That's what you keep saying over and over again. You keep saying, well, you don't have to believe me. You can just go watch my content. At least my viewers do. That's such an insane position to take. And again, I've been on her side for nearly an hour and a half. She was doing a really good job. But to enter this, well, if you want to know what I'm saying, you have to go watch my shit. I mean, come on. What is that about?
Questioners should get questioned as well.
By who? I'm not
questioned as well.
What
it's a conspiracy. That's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
You think questioners should get questioned as well? I mean, he's taking a goofy ass take just because she's refusing to engage. So we're now in the null and void part of a conversation in which none of it really matters, unfortunately. Because she doesn't want to. Now it's on her end. She no longer wants to engage in the conversation, and so he's trying to try and pull teeth, and that's where we're at.
I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just saying what I think and collecting
aren't
evidence.
Most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like,
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's
okay.
why I said
so
Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
I don't know what either of these boneheads are talking about. It's crazy that there's still an hour left of this.
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about. I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colbert. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves.
I mean, it's fair. I mean, there's a couple of reasons that TP USA is dying. One of them is just because nobody even knew what TP USA was. It was more just like the Charlie Kirk show, right? Like, it's not like I knew what it was. I just knew Charlie Kirk, and I only cared about Charlie Kirk. So, now that he's gone, of course, I don't give a fuck about their dog shit show that I'm sure that, like, that's the general sentiment. I would imagine most people who no longer watch TP USA, that's why, is because they only cared for Charlie Kirk. Now that he's gone, they have no interest. Now, do I think that there's also a portion who are leaving it even after staying because of whatever their narrative are around the situation? Probably. It's probably going on, no doubt. However, we're arguing percentages here, and I don't think that truly matters.
If I'm being honest, you can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
their
zero.
PR, I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
actually kind of
PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better.
It
Absolutely.
also doesn't matter. Like, what is his point? His point is, well, it's your fault that people not watching TP USA. I kind of hate this. We're starting to see this a lot where responsibility of more than one person's actions are then based around a single other person, like as if they have mind control powers. Even whether she's correct or incorrect about what she's saying about TP USA is completely irrelevant. People are allowed to get their information from wherever they want. We shouldn't be silencing Candace, even if she was wrong. People have, like, again, free speech it's just sad because it's something that Charlie Kirk promoted the most. And both of these people, I mean, I wouldn't say Candace, but he's like arguing against it right now. It's such an annoying stance to take.
Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TP USA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to.
It's not a fair question, just because even if she had evidence for it, if she said it, they can just sue her. Like, it's just not. It's not a fair question to ask. It's one that we would all like to know, and that some of us are thinking and wondering about. But it's not. She's a big public figure, and she can get sued if she's incorrect. We've seen this 1,000 times. We've seen it with Alex Jones. There's a reason Joe Rogan doesn't say certain things, so that he spams the word allegedly. It's why I spam the word allegedly. She can't answer that.
Get myself into a legal pickle here.
Yeah.
Everything I've said is on my podcast.
How would that get you in a legal
I think
pickle?
firmly.
I mean,
that,
bro, are you fucking kidding me? What do you mean, how would that get you into a legal pickle? No, liable is a thing. Liability. Slander.
If I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all, and I would ask questions. I would, at this phase. I would.
Okay,
So,
what does
using
that
hypothetical,
mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
I mean, yeah, but in the homicides, it's like the family member doing it, it's the spouse doing it. It's not like Erica Kirk was laying down in that building herself. I understand what she's saying is that there's a possibility that Erica Kirk or TPSA members or whatever were involved in some way, shape, or form, but it's another leap in logic just based on a statistic that doesn't really apply here based on Charlie's like popularity, right? Like there were a ton of other more logical reasons that someone would want to kill him. Sadly, that's just the truth, right? So I don't think that's a fair point to make. I don't think it has anything to do with anything here.
Because they gave back the backpack, as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean,
it kind of does a little bit, but it's such a small.
Shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. This is
what $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100 million
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor,
but
that's
what was
fine.
Your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you got,
let's just play the fucking clip. We don't need you to.
Just want to play that video.
Could also just ask.
And so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
I mean, listen, I don't think there's a single person on the planet who thinks Erica Kirk actually loved her husband. I mean, like, no offense, but that bitch looks crazy. There is way more. Even if I just looked at Erica alone, bro, the conspiracies around that woman have more evidence than anything else. Like, dude. She's in a CIA video. There's that weird thing having to do with Romania. They met in Israel. Like, dude, there are so many conspiracy theories around her alone that have evidence. I would question the fuck at anything she says, for sure. Just her saying, that is like the smallest piece of evidence that I wouldn't even bother with. That woman is crazy. There's not a single person on this planet who thinks she's sincere or innocent.
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those.
That is true. Yeah, that clip didn't say that. That's what. Wait, what did she say? Whatever, we'll find out.
2 words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come in and debate. So
what
now
does
you're
that
chopping
mean?
it
What
up.
does complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, I actually.
I mean, yes and no. You're totally leaving out the fact. Both of these guys are so dumb. That's the problem. But you're leaving out the fact that she was probably asked that question because of all the conspiracies around it. And that's not the only time Erica's been asked a question that seems weird or out of context because of what the public is asking or saying or whatever's going on the internet. So Candace is leaving that out, and Andrew's too stupid to recognize that that's what's going on. And while I think it's weird that these people feel the need to counteract or put a statement out against every narrative pushed on the internet, I'm not surprised that question was asked to Erica because of all the conspiracies going around. Maybe, yeah, what I said.
This is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting.
Wait, she talked to Erica Kirk? I didn't even know that happened. I got to go watch that. What the fuck?
For her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her
I mean, she also can't say any. Wait, can she? Yeah, she also probably right. Earlier, we were talking about the lawyers recommending that loved ones don't say anything based on the case. It's the same thing with Erica Kirk. I'm sure, even if she was showed evidence, it's in her best interest to not say anything about it. Otherwise, the evidence could get thrown out. So, I mean, same logic applies.
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say,
I just said why twice. There's like two different reasons. One, she may have been shown evidence ahead of time that she can't say she's been shown, same as you, Candace, that you've said multiple times. Or B, she is trying to counter the narrative that, everyone's asking a lot of questions and it's in her best interest for, tons of reasons to just say, no, I'm convinced that, he did it. Even assuming that that's just truthful too. So I guess the third reason is that she's just really convinced, which is fine. The police are like, this is what they say. Most people are convinced when police show them evidence or whatever. Like, that's totally fine for her to take. That being said, Erica's fucking crazy and I don't trust anything.
okay, great. I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward.
Wait. Hold on. There's so much here that's not making sense. Why Erica Kirk's lawyer wouldn't be the prosecution lawyer? That's not how law works. So that's weird. I don't know what's going on there. But at the same time, even if somehow Erica Kirk was just calling up the prosecuting lawyer or one of them on a stream, on a podcast, which would be insane. That shit is not happening. I don't know what's going on here. This debate is just fucking devolving into madness.
And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty.
Oh, that's not what happens either. You gather evidence beforehand and then you prosecute. You don't prosecute while gathering evidence. That's just weird.
And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is...
There's no way that's true either. Unless this is happening like extremely early on, but why again, this is just weird. I don't know what's happening. Why would Erica Kirk be calling up the prosecution lawyer and then the prosecution lawyer be like, yeah, I haven't seen any evidence, not shown by the public, not shown in public. What? Like, this is some fascinating shit. I don't know what is happening.
Is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have.
She wouldn't. That's a lie too. That's not how it works. The prosecution attorney doesn't just run to the... Bro, what is happening? This shit is mind-blowingly stupid.
Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
don't look anywhere else.
That Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but
again, it's an unfair take to have just because anyone in her position probably has to say yes or no, right? Like it's one of the most high profile deaths and it's her husband. She's probably getting a billion questions as to like, well, who do you think did it? And naturally, I think she's crazy. Don't get me wrong. I think she's fucking insane. Okay. Again, there's a lot of conspiracies around her, but let's just say she's normal for the sake of the argument. Anyone in her position is going to get asked 1,000 questions, all of them having to do with who she thinks done it. And specifically because of how many conspiracies were around this, and she's going to feel pressured into either saying it was this person or it wasn't that person. And if she says no, well, then first the case is hurt for sure. She probably shouldn't have said anything out, at all. But I'm not surprised by any means that she came out and said, yeah, she's convinced. What I will say was weird was that she was like, yes, I love Israel. I think that shit was weird.
That's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit. Everything. Yeah, but then why not just play the...
I mean, yes, she is complicit, right? Because she's agreeing with the narrative that it was him. Does that naturally make her like guilty or like involved? No. I think that's what Candace is saying, is that because she said that makes her complicit. Right. Totally. But that doesn't mean anything. Like, it literally has no value whatsoever. You can't use that as supporting evidence that, Israel did it or that there's a grander conspiracy involved.
Full thing. Like, why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
Well, it doesn't matter if he could or he couldn't. It's a 3.5 hour debate. I would expect you to be able to defend your half, and you're doing an job at best right now.
Anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told.
Oh, okay. So it's not public. She just talked about it. That's really weird too. I don't know. This entire section is just, it's kind of just hearsay, I guess is the best way to put it. And they're just kind of going back and forth about what may or may not have happened. And I mean, you might as well. I mean, it's fine. This is a pod. I think it was supposed to be a debate, but I mean, yeah, it's called The Great Debate. This is definitely not a debate. It's more or less just devolved into two people chatting about something, which is fine. It's entertaining, but it's lost a lot of value, that's for sure.
To me, some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that, I'm sure.
In the meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the.
Bro, I'm not even convinced Erica was a real person until Charlie died, to be honest with you. I never heard of her, never heard mention of her name directly. I heard of Charlie's wife. He said he was married with kids. I had never heard him say her name. Ever. I'm not even entirely convinced she was a real person. I'm still not convinced she's a real person. The fuck? What is going on right now? Holy shit. I'm getting like deja vu, but for simulation vibes. Maybe I've been watching this for too long.
Running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant.
That was fucking weird too. Why'd you say that? I get married. I found the love of my life. I get married. What the fuck is happening?
I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly.
I mean, okay, yes, but like, I'm not famous, right? I don't have a lot of money. That being said, and obviously Charlie's job was somewhat unique in the sense that he traveled pretty much all the time. And so, like, sure, you might not run into her, but I'm not familiar with the extent of their friendship. And I'm not familiar with the extent that she said that they had a friendship. I'd seen them on the, Charlie Kirk, his show together a few times where they're both debating hand in hand. And as far as I know, they were pretty close as far as from what I can tell from her, what she said. I would imagine mostly that if she's close with her friend that she would have a pretty strong opinion of one of her closest friends' spouses. I mean, there's very few of my friends that I haven't met their long-term spouses and had a strong opinion about it. So I don't know. She's being kind of weird here. I get that it's unique circumstance. It's not all the time that you're like you hang out as couples or you meet your friend's spouse. I get it, but at the same time, they had known each other for that long. Text messages.
Want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie. Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. Mm-hmm. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And
you know what a wing woman is? Because it doesn't sound like you were. Wing woman, like, helps the relationship start. Doesn't sound like that's what you sound like, more like a cheerleader or something. This is so weird. I don't know what is going on. I don't know if I'm getting psyoped. I don't know if everyone here's an asset. I don't know if this is an AI generated video. Like, I have no idea what the fuck is happening.
I was just happy, and I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious. I really need to get to know this person, and so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
Go for it.
I actually I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband.
Oh my God, what a great place. Listen, I think he's asking you a fair question. You literally said she's complicit. We kind of know what you're talking. Well, I guess she did answer that question already. She's complicit in the narrative being that Tyler Robinson did the shooting. Fine. He's asking that question 1,000 times. At this point, it's like such chaos that I'm not surprised he's not keeping up. I'm barely keeping up. She is kind of, I don't know, she's like a woman of many faces at this point, I feel like. And so now she's like counterattacking. I'm going to replay that again because that was really fucking funny.
And what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah, so when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband,
Yeah.
Would you like to explain?
What? Just for reference, me, you guys, I love you guys. I could hug you if I could. These guys are all millionaires. Okay, this is one of the dumbest conversations I've ever heard in my life, I think, at this point. These guys are all millionaires. This debate, she's getting paid $300,000 for this, quote, debate. Oh, how splendid.
How you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh,
I mean, listen, I don't like the guy, but fuck, he got me there.
so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So,
You
and what,
just
and by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards him.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue
That's true.
in cheek.
It is.
Usually when
Again, it is like that's some normal shit that he says.
I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not
too,
her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her.
It's being like again. I don't know what to call this part. It's like the semantics. We're in the gutter here. We're digging through trash. Like I don't know, boys. Might be wrapping up soon. That's all I got to say.
Before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about
Still
the
do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Still think
headquarters.
it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters.
Mm-hmm.
Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do.
Mm-hmm.
On record.
Dear God, this guy who fucking is terrible at debating went to go do some debate training. Fucking fantastic.
Recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay.
to
So
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach...
She's trying to imply that he's a part of the psyop, which is fine. Conspiracy theorists are a lot of fun. Conspiracy theories are a lot of fun for sure. And I don't know. You can easily start to fall down that rabbit hole, and surprising amount of them can be pretty true. Surprising amount of them also, I would say majority are false. You kind of like hit a dead end pretty quick. I'm gonna go ahead and say yes. I think he's been prepped by some higher ups for sure. I think he seems too stupid to have been able to put together some of these counterpoints and points on his own. I'm not gonna lie, he seems like a kind of a moron. And I think he sat with a team of people. I don't know who that might have been made of, and which they went through her. Like they had a plan put together as to what they were going to attack her on, and that's kind of why we've ended up in this madness of nothingness. So I understand from her perspective, and I've seen this happen a lot, where she's like, you're probably a part of the plant. She's probably going to hint that him and TPS USA are in cahoots, which, to be honest, probably. I think TPUSA probably has a lot to gain from sicking this attack dog on her.
Out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
She has kind of a point. It's like, why are they hanging on to text messages when, they've been like, leave me alone, bro. I can understand why they might not have, but then to release it to this guy, it's like, meh.
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know where
they don't have the courage to have the conversation.
Like, I don't
if they
see
were
this-
just releasing something in good.
I do question where he got $300,000 from. I'm just gonna say it. He seems like a kind of a greedy guy. I never really, I never really got the vibe that he'd be willing to give up that much money for a debate. And I thought it was really odd, the like spontaneous timing of it. Like all of a sudden, he's dying out into nothingness because he's kind of a nobody. And then he's just like, yeah, I've got $300,000. I'll debate her for $300,000. And he's like going onto all of these shows and he's like saying it everywhere. It is weird. Don't get me wrong. It is fucking weird. I don't think it's nearly as natural as, he's trying to make it out to be. Whether or not it's a part of the grand conspiracy, I don't fucking know, bro. You guys will have to tell me. I have no idea.
Let me ask you a
To
question.
answer questions.
Do you have any
I've never
evidence
demanded.
of that claim?
It's not evidence.
No?
You're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to
Well, I never
register
met the
as
chick.
really obvious to the public that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if
It's
you
talking
know
about terrible PR.
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like take a look.
What is the-
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts.
Stop it. You do not approach people in good faith. Like she just said, you're running around calling the chairwoman a retard. I would hardly argue that in any way is like good faith or approaching nicely. Like I get it. You're that guy. It's funny. You got to say the, inflammatory thing and maybe they understand that, but you're not some fucking angel who's like, I must defend Erica Kirk. And then you like show up and, you're like, please, guys, I'm doing this on your behalf. Give me some evidence. Like, let's calm down, buddy. You're not some fucking savior, okay? You're a lot lower on the totem pole than she is, I would say. So,
And details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah,
It
I
is
just
amazing.
do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You
Still am.
were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been-
about everything you've ever
Have
said
you ever
about
been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But
critical about her.
I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about
Kind of.
Well, yeah.
I debate against
Against feminists.
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist. I
and then
always
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's.
Oh, I see what she's saying. She's like, hey, you like constantly have this position that, women should be in the kitchen, and all of a sudden you're very pro women take over the business. I think that's fair. I think it's a fair criticism. I think it definitely is a nice little eyeball for suspicion. I've been kind of sus on this guy for quite a bit, but I did watch that Joe Rogan episode, and specifically because of his comments around the Charlie Kirk thing, it was really weird. It was odd that all of a sudden he feels the need to come out and talk about it in the way he does and like challenge Candace. I think it's weird. I can't tell if he's just a big fat grifter or if, there is a grander conspiracy. I don't think he has pure intentions. That much is, given.
In the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like, you don't have to do this.
Okay.
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense why she would take the organization over.
No, it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent, and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You
6
want to
days later.
protect your husband's legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find some new.
Now we're arguing woman perspective from man perspective. I'm going to give it to Candace. I'm not a mom. I don't ever think I'll be one. So she is a mom. And I'm going to give I should have kept a counter for who I thought was, point to Candace, point to Andrew. I'm giving the point to Candace here.
Legacy is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
This is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No,
What did you say? You just think about being black? What's that?
That was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're. By the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting.
Yeah, dude. Again, it's like I don't know. He just like twists the narrative to fit whatever reality he wants to play. So again, most of the time he's like, women suck, stay in the kitchen. Like he just said, women are retarded. He's being facetious, yes, but also now he's like, just kidding the whole time. Erica, who I called retarded and is a woman and flamed her for being women, she's totally qualified to run $100 million company and take over Charlie Kirk's legacy. Yeah, it's weird as fuck. Yeah, it's suspicious. I mean, I think Candace is 100% correct. This guy is like 180. That being said, he's just an idiot, which I think is the more likely reason why, is that he's just fucking dumb and he got put in his place, probably. That's the more likely, other than, he's part of some grander conspiracy. Like, it sucks. I think Candace is generally smart. She's kind of lost some IQ points for me when, she refused to defend herself or bring up the points. But maybe she's actually 300 IQ and she's just trying to bait people to go watch her show. Which, hey, if that's what happened, kudos. Women tend to be smart in that way. Good old Casey Tron was fucking brilliant at it. However, this guy, not so much.
Thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not going to say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms. Yeah. But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
Yeah, I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so let's
feel like you got an answer to how it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
A terrible form of debate.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06
got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables.
What?
They panicked. That was what, then that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. Once, that's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't prepare the clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't,
like you
but
were
it's
kind of
fine
ready.
to ask it to back it
Like
up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was.
Oh, okay. Well, again, yeah, this is why I'm not a big clip guy. I mean, I clip my content, of course. And I also used it to bait people to my show, because that's what you do. And it's funny, I always get people who are like, "But you didn't talk about this," or "What about this?" Like, bro, this is a fucking 30-second clip or short from a 3-hour-long show. This is why I don't show or use clips as evidence, or I hate it, or why I always go and watch the full thing before I develop an opinion. This is exactly why. Again, they could sit here all day long and pull clips from an episode, a 5-hour-long episode where she was exploring alternate theories, one of which is the exploding pager. That's hilarious. Exploding a lapel microphone, which is a commonly brought up one. And, try and be like, well, why did you have this position? Now, you could also just be like, why did you think this might be what's the evidence for this alternative theory? Completely reasonable, completely fine. And the fact that he, his team behind him is like, play this clip, and he doesn't know that they're trying to play it, and they're completely out of context themselves from the, quote debate that they're not even having at this point, is also completely pointless. I don't know what, again, at this point, I don't know what the point is of what either of them are trying to get to. There's clearly not going to be a consensus. They're not even exploring evidence at this point. They're just he's kind of attacking her. She's attacking him back.
The theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
Bro, why do you ask it like that? It's like said 10,000 times. It's an alternate theory. It's just a hypothesis. I think it should be explored. And he's like, do you think that's real? Do you think that's real? Like, bro, just relax, man. What the fuck?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work. And I think that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to
Bro, if they start talking about smoke, I'm gonna lose it.
me is there's no explosion.
Oh, okay.
There's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me.
Bro, I don't know how much time I've spent in conspiracy theories, much less than some, maybe more than most. But, and actually, fuck the conspiracy stuff. How much evidence I've seen exploring real government files, exploring real government technology, like military tech, it's completely feasible that, you could have something do what it did. Sorry. You could have something do to Charlie and cause the damage it did from the lapel, from the microphone. I like, it's a possibility. I think it's so fascinating that, first, Candace feels the need to approach these topics very carefully, like she's walking on ice. Because, I mean, you could say that there was a fucking sky beam that was shot into Charlie's neck, and it could hold just as much value at this point. I'm being a little facetious, just a little. And then on the opposite end, this guy is like pretending that there's just no way in hell that, something like that can happen. I mean, we've explored directed energy weapons that scramble your fucking brain, radiation that cooks you. There's the ice gun, the heart attack gun. There's the lasers from TRBs, like, B2, even B2 bombers and everything. Like, government technology is crazy. So, like, it's not entirely outside the realm of possibility that he was killed by something else and that the whole thing is a conspiracy. Like, it's at least possible. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's at least possible at minimum. I'm not saying it, it is real. Is real. All. But what I am saying is minimal as possible. I don't understand this, like, yeah, I'm 100% sure that no conspiracy theory is real and that this one is definitely not real and that the explosive totally wasn't real. But again, he likes to harp on the specific word. So for him, when he hears explosive, he thinks a bomb because he's a simple Oonga Booga caveman. He doesn't, think of projectile being casted by air or gas, hydraulics. I don't know, anything else. Magnets. He's just like, explosive means fire. I watch Michael Bay films and there's boom booms when explosives are used. Why no boom boom? Like, he's just Oonga Booga brain.
People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like...
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience. Yeah. So I'm going to take that. And also there were people...
Well, I mean, that's confirmation bias. Of course you're going to take that. But I've seen very much for and against. I don't know how even or uneven it is, but I'm not saying to discredit the guy. That's for sure. I think it looks really weird. The effects on Charlie's shirt and the collar, I think it all looks weird. I've seen the microphone that they're talking about and the shattered pieces. I think that's weird. I'm not convinced one way or the other, which I think is how most people should see things just in general.
Like, immediately spoke to the media that day, who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And that's
because of air dispersal from the bullet. So
Listen, I know that that's the official narrative, but the way he said it, again, he just kind of regurgitates what he hears. And it just sounded really funny, you know? It sounded like a fucking loser who's just repeating something, you know, like, oh, I know the reason. That's because of air dispersal from the bullet. I watched an hour YouTube video. It's pretty funny. I don't know. Again, it is like the official reason, but it does look weird. I'm not an expert. I wish it was. And I can't confirm or deny, sadly, but neither can he, is my point.
And
That's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a
he doesn't even sound convinced himself.
Bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle.
Mm-hmm.
Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, is this guy retarded? Did he not just provide evidence for the Mike explosion theory? If you take a rifle and you hover it over an empty box, and when you fire it, it'll cause the box to move. Does he mean when you fire the bullet over the box? As in the box is away from the gun? Hold on, let me listen to what he said again.
Table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box.
Bro, so what you're saying is when a projectile is shot from a tube, that the air around the tube gets dispersed. And so therefore, in order for his shirt to move the way it did, the explosion in quotes, would have had to have taken place next to him. Like, is he not just providing evidence? I'm going to play it again because I think it's fucking hilarious. If there's a smoking gun, it would be this.
Projectile shot. You can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle.
Mm-hmm.
Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so
fire it near the muzzle. Oh my God. Look, I'm not saying the other thing isn't true, but I'm saying even he himself kind of supports her argument.
Question for you. Does that box go sideways off a table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not
30-06.
2,000 pounds of energy.
We can fact check that.
That's-
How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06.
Pounds of energy. I mean, I don't think that's an appropriate. I don't think that's what you would call it. I know what she means, like pounds of force, right? I don't think you'd call it energy.
Being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well,
like, wouldn't the argument be the same for you? Like, why would you be more qualified than he is, or why would? What?
Why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you that.
Are you an expert on projectiles more than the other guy? Like, I'm just so confused. I can tell you because I can tell you. Like, okay, like what the fuck? I'm gonna tell you, and that's just how it should be taken.
This guy's not gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere.
I know what he meant when he's talking about the gun, but like he said it so incorrectly. He supported her argument. It's kind of fucking funny.
It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and you
can fact check it. Fact check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air. It's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
The bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck.
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath the shirt.
The
it
shirt
starts
puffs
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to play the video. I'm not playing the video. I am not playing video. But what I will say is, I think what I saw supports her argument more than it does his. I'll just say that much.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across.
It does. Okay, so the way the shirt moves, it would move first. Yes, it would move first. And it could move in the way it moves, but it seems more likely the alternative than the gun.
His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck.
Ooh, it's weird that so she said a puff. I didn't see no puff. I didn't slow it down to see the cross break. What she's saying could be true. Again, I'm not pulling up the video. When I'm watching the clip, you can watch it yourself. However, this conversation is going to be moot because they can't pull up the clip and watch it. They should pull it up and watch it together, but again, it's not something you can really show. And I don't know. It just feels so brutal considering that, like, they're haggling this guy's death. This is like, I feel like I'm watching hyenas kind of fight over scraps of a dead animal. Sorry for the comparison. Actually, it's a little fucked up, but I don't know. It's just weird.
I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think
But it doesn't have to have been that. Like, come on, man. Like I said, you don't need a fire ignition to cause a projectile to move from one area to another. You don't. Okay, there's tons of other ways it could have happened. And again, he has Unga Booga brain. He hears explosion. He thinks, whoa, big fire, boom, boom. You know, like it's a hopeless argument to fucking talk with him on the subject.
that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how shaped.
Like, you know, in comparison, when I shoot an airsoft gun, there's no explosion, right? And yet, it when you shoot like BB pellet guns or whatever, there's been tons of times that the pellet gets like fucking stuck in the soft cartilage of an eye or something. Like, you know, come on, man. You're being retarded. I don't know what to say. The non-explosive projectiles can cause serious amounts of damage.
Charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people actually regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
No, I think that's fine. I think every theory should be explored, most part anyway. And that was one of the mainstream ones, obviously.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
All right, pull it up. Let's see it.
Rob, and good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things it bothers me about this. Nothing in particular, and it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me.
Nice. Okay. It did look weird. I've never seen this clip either.
Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle-dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And then
I mean, shit, bros. We could have just watched that clip and that would have been the entire debate.
mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying
starts.
he observed, he said he's shot people up close
Yeah.
and he's never seen a shirt
No
move
dispute.
like that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just
dispute,
said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like.
But why are you so? You just said that it's observable. You just said when you shoot a gun and the box is near the muzzle, it moves. You just said it is very much observable. That's what you said. You said that it's observable in real time with the naked eye. And now you're going to argue that you wouldn't be able to see it. Like, dude, fuck this guy, bro.
Like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them. Would you even see the shirt move?
Well,
You just said you would. That was your argument a second ago. Wait,
I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you
I mean, she's right. She didn't vocalize it entirely well, but yeah, she's right. She's
slow it
saying
down,
the same thing I just said.
the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw. And clearly it's not what he saw. And he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
When you,
people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I
I
understand.
think that's a good place for us to, if we have another a break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3 and
About one peace of mind.
I don't have any ads to show you guys. So
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
oh my
right?
god.
And then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me. The Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're gonna pull it up just to have you respond
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the clip
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs.
Yeah.
Bro, she just fucking clarified why she said that. Are you so brainless that, like, you just can't even hear things from 20 seconds ago? They're not registering. Like, what?
I'm
DNA
saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet. And
Yes.
I've corrected that mistake. So if
Again.
the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking.
Candace, you're giving him too much credit. That's not why he's showing it. He's showing it because he's retarded and he has no understanding of what has been going on this entire debate. And so it was already told to him that they were going to show the clip, and so that's why he's showing it again, Candace. You're giving him too much credit. You think he's attacking you? No, he's just retarded. So, again, conspiracy theorists, this is what we do. Like, we think there's a grand design, but it turns out more often than not, people are just really fucking stupid. And so is this guy. He's just dumb.
Get a lot of information, and she's
Why do you have to repeat yourself 20 times? Because he doesn't understand what you're saying. It's not because he's trying to point something out. He's just stupid and doesn't understand.
reading through legal documents, and she's trying to remember
it's not
9-hour
actually.
testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've
on
already
the case.
I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on
Oh
the gun
my
itself.
god, dude. Holy shit. Yes, we have just explained it 5 fucking times within the past minute and a half, and you still don't understand. Yes, we understand why you want to show the clip. We get it. Oh my fucking God, bro. The levels of stupidity that this guy exists on.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's
Her patience is incredible.
not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day.
This entire like podcast for them should have been just an hour and a half long. It should have been like the first part. You really could have wrapped it up in 30 minutes if this guy wasn't so fucking stupid. It's incredible.
It got very scientific when they were speaking about this, and I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun.
Over or under on that he's going to understand what she's just said? Over or under? I'm betting he doesn't, that we're going to have to watch the clip anyway. Oh, like, he's just so dumb.
Officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
That's fine. And then the last one is
Yeah.
one with Erica.
Okay,
Kirk.
he got it. Yay, he understood.
just like the Erica.
I don't think he understood. I think he's just like, you know, it's just he thinks that he should move on, and so he does. I don't think he actually understood what's going on. He might have an earpiece, and someone's just like, okay, let's just move on.
Kirk. like, all right,
Well, this
Erica.
just
You
goes
could
back-
just sit down with me, Erica,
This
but we
just
could do it
goes-
this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
Why I'm
sure.
bringing it up.
Straight to jail, For questioning, at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all.
What is the point? I don't understand why he's pulling up this clip. What's the point of this? I don't get it. Like, it's a show. It's her show. She's facetious on her show. She exaggerates on her show. We all do it. Like, you do it. You literally just sat there and were like, "Oh, women are retarded," and like laughed, and it's funny. Haha, XD. Like, what?
Becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies,
Why would you end the clip there, bro? What?
Straight to jail.
yeah, so that's a
Millions of dollars of production quality is supposed to be had between the 3 of these guys, and this is just awful. I would argue my show's better than the latter half of their show.
show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
but
sat through.
why do they-
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me
Yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, the clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I
You
didn't say
can.
they owe me something. I don't think that's ever,
You
unless you
can,
have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been.
Well, that would be why she's saying it. Are we like what? Like the counter argument from him would be we're all supposed to just be quiet and only listen and only do what we're told all the time and like believe what we're told all the time. I mean, I'm so late into this. I mean, it must be like what 5 hours worth of filming at this point. But like, dude, again, it never ceases to amaze me that the stupidity of this guy. I don't know. It's just going on in his brain. Like I'm just amazed. I truly am. Why are you saying that, dude? Why are you saying that she should be arrested or questioned? How do you know that she hasn't been? But like that's why she's saying it. It's because A, she either doesn't know that she's already been questioned, or B, she hasn't been questioned. And so therefore, yeah, if somebody thinks she should be questioned, that's what they're going to say. I'm so at a loss. And here, the sad part is Candace isn't going to understand that this guy is just so fucking stupid. And so who knows what, she'll say is like the counterpoint, but he's just so dumb. Like if we all lived in his universe that he's trying to portray, basically we would just never ask any questions ever, and we would just believe the cops and the government and authority figures all the time, and we would just assume that they're always trying to help us out. Like, I don't know. I honestly, at this point, I just have no idea.
That's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So then why don't we ask about it? It's a fair question. Why don't we all ask? Like, it's a totally fair and valid question. Has she been asked? Let's ask her. Like, what?
Just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
You're just kind
entire
of filling the air.
if your
with-
entire
just
thing is
I agree with you, but I genuinely just think he's just dumb. Like,
junk.
if you're no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not.
I'm genuinely trying to wrap my head around this guy's like thought process, right? So I don't know. Again, I think he's just dumb, but let's just say he's not. So the thought process would be: so Candace would ask the police and her if she has been questioned yet, and then would just take their word at it. And if they never respond, she should just never say anything. Like, I genuinely don't understand. Of all the questions he's asked, this has to be the most retarded. Or of all the hills that he stood on, this is just the dumbest one.
What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos.
Yes, because most people are independent thinkers and we're curious. And so we ask a lot of questions. We question the narratives. We question what's going on in life. We question the universe around us. That's just what smart people do. I get that you're such a fucking moron that you just believe anything put in front of you all the time, and you just move from point A to point B based on what you're told or what you feel like doing, because again, you have Oonga Boonga brain, and there's just no external thought going on whatsoever. You just have no idea what's happening. You're not curious at all. You don't question anything. Like, yes, that's how, well, I hope that's how most people think. Most free thinkers think. They just question things. We can do that. It's wonderful. Free will. I love it personally. I ask a lot of questions myself. This guy is so fucking dumb, dude. It's relentless.
That this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air with nonsense. Because turning points like, we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you...
Yeah, never argue with a dumb person because they'll drag you down to their level and beat you. This has been pretty much the entire debate. Is him asking a really stupid question, her not understanding it because it's so stupid she can't fathom a stupid person. Someone would be that dumb. And then him like further expanding upon the stupidity is basically what's been going on the whole time. She's like, 1 + 1 = 2. And then he's like, well, how do you know it's 2? It's like, huh? Like, what?
Go in there and you defend Erica, and I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job at that.
But I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very fair.
Well, I mean, listen, I would like to just give you all the points, but you did dodge a lot of questions. You kind of refused to engage in some of the narratives and provide evidence and talk about the evidence yourself. You could have been a lot more helpful, and I think more people would have been on your side. I mean, maybe this guy's just so dumb that people will flock to your side anyway, which is fine. You're right. He did just show up with his team and just be like, let's just show a bunch of clips, which is like the middle schooler, way of trying to win an argument. Like half the clips have been out of context. He's had to just been like, oh, okay, fine. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's not go by the clips. I don't know why his team's like randomly being like, let's play this clip. It's a gotcha clip. Let's get her. Like, I don't know. I just expect more professionalism from both of them. Candace has definitely done a better job, but I'm just surprised, to be honest with you. Again, this has got to be like at least $1 million production that's gone into this.
We did not take out of context
$1,000.
clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to repair.
expressly said
Please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring
We
claims,
did not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that
Your
you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it
Mm-hmm.
over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
well. What didn't
Yeah,
happen?
this the way that you're framing the exchange, that's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that
There's-
I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing
And you-
out of hang on.
And
There's
I did
nothing
not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no.
This is a grander problem with debates. It's true that in formal debates, competitions, I think there's like judges and they kind of decide on who won. Informal debates shouldn't operate like that at all. You shouldn't be like, "Oh, I'm a winner." That's not, in my opinion, and the way I kind of engage with people, I don't really try and win. Personally, I try and learn something. That's like my goal. A conversation is only valuable. Well, not only valuable to me, but I find a lot of value in conversations where I learn something or the other person learns something. And so when I go into a conversation or debate with somebody, I seek to understand why it is they think the way they do after, understanding what it is they're trying to explain. And from that, I can tend to derive some source of information, some new fact that I didn't know before. And for me, that's been a great way to learn lots of new things. It's pretty clear that neither of these two really came in with that goal at all, which is weird because in a formal debate, you kind of like, oh, this is your stance. I fight against it. Here's the evidence, and you pick apart the evidence. They kind of started doing it, and then it really just kind of devolved into madness. And so it's sad that both of them came in that perspective of I'm going to try and get one up on you, and yeah.
Well, hold on.
And it should have been a conversation between two intellectuals in which they were trying to understand the other person's point of view and why. And it really didn't turn into that at all.
Supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And
said.
we got through-
And like 4
yeah.
out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite a
just-
few
you
of
just-
them were.
you
Was
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel
I
like
think it was 3.
3.
Three.
Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you're asked about
Okay,
them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely.
It's true. I mean, like, again, I think she should have done a better job at explaining why she thought the way she did. And instead she was just like, well, you got to go watch my show for that, which again, I don't care about the Candace Owens cinematic universe. Okay. Listen, if anything, I am now way less, sorry, inclined to watch. At the start, I was like, I should watch her shit. And now I'm just like, well, fuck you. I'm going to watch it because you fucking try and baited me into watching it. That's stupid. However, obviously, on the opposite end, he has just like done a terrible job at picking apart anything. Not that she really gave him anything to try and pick apart. So just awful, awful ending to this. Terrible sportsmanship on either of their parts. I think Candace kind of came in very jaded because she knew that he was going to just try and make her look stupid, which he did. And so she didn't put forth her ideas, which sucks because if you're confident in your ideas, even if you're worried the person in front of you might feel like they're stupid, you should still put them forward. And I don't feel like she did enough of that. However, yeah, I mean, the guy across from her is a complete baboon. and has no complex thought whatsoever.
Shirk responsibility
Your
when I
claims.
point out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed to
clip
be
they want
the
to play
whole
for
one
7
more.
Oh
minutes.
my
They got one
God.
more clip
We
and
were
then we
getting
can
into
go
the
to
Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
It's so funny. Of all the people I least agree with politically, I think he's the most chill.
okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago.
Can we play the clip? Again, it's weird that his team is just like, let's play this clip. Let's play this clip. And a bunch of nerds.
Looking for that. Do you want to continue?
Yeah,
They don't
I
even
can I
have it?
ask a
Why did
question?
they jump
I know
in?
it's been,
What is
or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
the contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip
Okay,
first.
we'll sit around here and wait for your
got-
team to find the clip. Bro, it's so fucking gay. Jesus. What a fucking loser. I guess I shouldn't be surprised by the guy who spends all his time debating 18-year-old OnlyFans models, but like, no, she can't ask a question. We're going to sit here and wait for the clip. Come on. You fucking kidding?
Guys have it in the back? Okay,
Come on. Can his loser ass team find the clip? Are we
They
really going to
have it,
sit
so
here
that's
in
what I heard.
silence to find the clip?
Okay, there we
Come
go.
on, guys.
Did this fine.
Jesus.
Okay, because Lance
I can't
Twiggs
hear this. My
has
thing
his
went out. Just
DNA
tell me when
on
it
the
says
towel.
here. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
right.
Twiggs'
Oh
DNA.
Oh my god, bro. And somehow we go all the way back to the Lance Twiggs DNA thing that she has said 25 fucking times. She already retracted her statement because it was an in the moment reaction and that there was more evidence provided after, causing her to change her mind. She has already said this 100,000 fucking times. Not only is Andrew Wilson a complete and fucking 70 IQ retard, but his entire team is too. Truly incredible. Truly incredible. All of these people are paid to be so fucking dumb. Talented morons to be so fucking stupid. Incredible. I am just amazed 6 hours in to covering this, whatever you want to call it, that they can remain this fucking stupid. Just amazing. Amazing that after 25 fucking times she has said, yes, I changed my mind on the Twiggs DNA on the rifle, that the team, his team, paid for, by the way, has been back there for more than an hour pulling up this clip. I'm just amazed. I'm amazed that this far in I could still be amazed. Holy shit, incredulous. Woo! Holy shit, guys. What the fuck? Like, is this real? What a joke. I would rather watch Joe Biden give a speech for an hour than this shit. Even he is more intelligent and can understand what's going on than these people.
I've seen this 4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was.
Look at Andrew. He's locked in. Look at Andrew. He's locked in. Oh my God, bro. All right. Well, let's listen. Her.
On Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded
Yes, I'm glad we sat here for 20 minutes. Yeah.
on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like
What a
you're not
joke.
actually here trying to engage, because
True. You're right. He's not. You're 100% correct. He's too stupid to engage. He can only really engage when it's the dumbest people on the planet, is what I'm understanding. Is when there's somehow he's found people dumber than him.
even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you, when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context,
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
so you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my
Hilarious.
show. But that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Okay, brilliant. Everyone here is just baiting for us to go watch on their own shows. Gotta get cinematic universe for both of them.
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. That's got to drip out that evidence. Keep people
Hilarious.
coming back for the show, right?
Hilarious.
I don't know if snark
funny.
serves you so well.
I'm just saying, I'll release it there.
I don't care.
That's my
I
intention.
genuinely don't
But
care.
yeah, I'm fine with closing.
I'm so sad because I was so I was genuinely in Candace's corner, and I really want to like her show. It sounds like it might have been something I would have been interested in, but the fact that she has felt the need to like just use this as kind of a bait to go watch her show, I'm not into it. I'm not a fan, and I care about his show even less. I'm gonna forget about its name probably about 30 seconds after saying it.
Things if you want to do closing.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that a
How bad faith for both these guys. It's funny again that the person I agree with least politically is the person that I have seen show up with the most good faith. So again, kudos to Patrick, Bet, David, and him hosting this stuff. It's fun. I like it. I'm very pro free speech. I'm glad he is too. And both times now that I've covered stuff on his show, there's no copyright claims or anything. He just lets people do it. So that's great. Love that.
Go ahead.
just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
That's not. I don't know anymore. That's not what she asked. That's not what she asked, you dipshit. She said, what charge? There is no charge that is labeled as guy who shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you.
He's can we list those real quick? I don't actually know. That's so funny.
Exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of
That's why, I mean, she's great. She's fantastic at baiting him into making him look more like an idiot somehow.
the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah,
No,
of course. But
no,
I
he doesn't know. He doesn't know. Clearly doesn't.
want to
Can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but
Of course I know all of them, Candace, but I want to make sure. Yeah, nice.
but like can you name one? Because my
No, he
general
can't.
perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're just not
but, I mean,
following it
it
enough.
seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler
I agree. At minimum, he should know at least one of the charges. And I mean, personally, I have a decent memory that if I cover something, I tend to remember things like that. And yeah, it's a great point. Like, it's very obvious he's just grifting or that he's a setup and he doesn't actually give a fuck. Like I said, this is mostly just sad considering like Charlie Kirk is, I call him a simple guy, but I don't mean it in that he was just dumb. I think that he just had a very simple goal. That was to promote free speech, and that's what he did. And somehow his name is getting fucking drug through the mud in all the worst ways by everybody. And he's just being used to grift. Sad.
Robinson is guilty. I just think that you should,
All
like,
right.
can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's...
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
can
since
you-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
that's
named
true.
all 7.
No. You name one. You name one first, and then she can name all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually
Nobody just gets charged with the murder. There's like 3 different versions of it. That's like, the degree of murder. Then there's like 5 total different types. There's like what's the one where you do it on accident? I'm so tired. Sorry, please don't judge me for not knowing this. Fuck.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
he doesn't even. This is like
Name all 7.
and I.
Can
I
you
think
name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
you don't have
name
to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah,
All right, well,
sure.
just
Name
name them, man.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's
No, that's not. Again, manslaughter, by the way, was the murder that I was thinking of. Manslaughter, which is accident. There's murder 1, murder 2, murder 3. There's conspiracy to commit murder. I mean, that's so vague. I'm sure there's fucking like 20 different cases of, like what murder is. Murder's like, come on, man. Again, I think he's a fucking caveman for sure.
not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
Fucking idiot.
And so
Next.
just for people, no, don't. I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on, and just to explain to people the difference of why that.
Well, listen, Candace, you caught him and looking like an idiot, and so now he's extremely upset, and he wants to try and catch you looking like an idiot. But somehow you've already had matched him, and just being able to name the most prevalent charge on the case. What a fucking dipshit.
really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined,
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No, I
people
just
don't walk
want you-
away?
I wish she wouldn't be so petty. Look, she has every right to be petty because he's a petty dick, and it is what it is. But I think she would come off a lot better. And she doesn't have to. It is what it is. But I think she'd come off a lot better if she just took the high road, listed them off, and then made her statement. But listen, it's fine. If she wants to rub it in to make him look like a fucking dumbass, I understand. I've been yelling at him this entire show, so I get it. She's also been like dealing with him very patiently. So if he just wants to use this time to fucking shit on him, respect.
To list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know also.
I mean, listen, she's already done a better job than you, so I don't feel like you can, throw stones here.
7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
You did not get one. Stop it. Listen, there's 1st degree, 2nd degree, 3rd degree, manslaughter, conspiracy, like aggravated. Again, I'm sure there's a ton. You can't just be like, murder. Yeah, that's not how it works, you fucking retard.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
And what's
final
the specific charges, though?
that is
What the is this guy, bro? What the fuck is wrong with this guy? What the fuck?
them obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those?
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I could
Of course, there's specifics to them. You want her to explain the entire case to you? What is wrong with this guy? Genuinely, what is fucking going on in his skull? Just rock for brains?
tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges and then 7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it.
Okay, she got all of them. You got none of them. Congratulations. You're fucking retarded. I don't even think you understand the basis of what a charge means, judging by how you responded when she first asked. Oh, God. Incredible. Just truly incredible. Love it. What a brain-rotted moron.
Got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder.
No, bro. Listen, murder and... no one's just charged with murder, dude.
That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive difference.
There is a massive distinction between all the different charges of murder. Yes, massive distinction. That's why there's so many, not only in length, but in terms of severity, in terms of what happened. There's murder on accident. There's murder intentional. There's murder in the moment. There's planned murder. Dude. Does he genuinely? I think he's just flustered. To be fair, I think he genuinely disguises getting flustered better than most.
It's like you cannot say murder versus aggravated
massive
murder.
distinction.
All right, now he's gonna like harp on sarcasm, even though there genuinely is. And so again, he's an idiot, and his particular skill is aggravating people. That's like his skill. So he can never actually engage. He drags you down to his level, and then he pisses you off and turns it into a nice little petty argument, because that seems to be his only skill.
To the entire crux.
I'm glad I've genuinely never liked this guy, and my instincts were correct.
Of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that the state was going to even try to pull this off. They should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster, or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through.
Oh my God.
Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7
violent
offense in the presence of a minor.
In front of a child.
Yeah. So 5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it, because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
Just listen, for the sake, just let him check it. Just let somebody check it so that we're not sitting, because he's going to go home and he's going to like cry on the couch about how he got dogged on. And then he's going to be like, yeah, but I always got that text message before. Like, just show him the fucking text message. It's fine. Just show somebody the text, please.
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD.
Please.
You're the moderator. Take it.
Let's see
See if anyone was texted at all during this
Sorry, I
debate.
kept calling a mediator, moderator. My bad. Whoops.
All right.
About the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
at, I'm not
permission
gonna
to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to cheat.
So the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
he's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission.
Yes.
I'm just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 11:32, because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too.
Oh my God. Now all of a sudden, now he's big on conspiracies. I would, if I was trying to be like, how do you know there wasn't text messages? Oh my God.
I only have Signal.
What a fucking
Telegram
twat,
I used in
bro.
Russia, and that was it. I downloaded it for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my
Clearly
other
don't.
question is about the steakhouse receipt.
Steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know,
Oh.
nothing there.
There. I don't
Yeah. Do you
need
have
to
the
do that.
steakhouse receipt? Is my question.
I
he's
have
letting
said
go.
several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt, and that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it, and I said, "Stay tuned. He's the one working on that story."
Okay, so you
I never-
haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't.
I
Oh my God, dude. Clearly there's a receipt, right? Like we've said it 1,000 times. There's a receipt. She doesn't have a copy, or it was redacted or some shit. I mean, it was like, again, he's just like randomly bringing up shit they've already talked about at the start for some reason. Like, I don't understand. Like, I think he paid the $300,000 and he really wants to make sure that he gets the value out of it. And so he's just reiterating shit that's already been discussed 5,000 times. But all right,
I just said
let's
the
do it
opposite.
again.
I said there is
Well,
a
you don't
receipt.
have a copy of the receipt.
Oh, bro, for the 200,000th time, she does not have a fucking copy of the receipt. God, you fucking moron.
The
man.
receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I
is-
agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
It's
the
more
reason I'm
something
asking
that-
you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a time.
Yeah, bro. You build up evidence to fucking confirm or deny something. One of them is that there's a receipt that he went to the steakhouse. No shit. They can't publish his fucking credit card number with his name on it. That would be pretty illegal. So,
line with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like, if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I
seems simple enough.
did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I
Robinson's.
just want to say you're
right?
holding
Holy shit, bro. How many times do you want to hear it? Like, I'm, Jesus.
me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So
I
should that be
chased it
added in
down.
an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure. But
cool,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the
is,
strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
you know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information, what happened next. Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof.
Again, he paid $300,000, so he's trying to milk it as much as possible at this point. He's just like throwing everything he can at the wall. Like, what about this? What about this? What about this thing? Even if she's already talked about it 1,000 times. What a loser.
Mhm.
Do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during
Yeah,
the
about
preliminary
his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died just
Yeah, I mean, that is weird as fuck. And I didn't know about that. So this guy, again, this is why the conspiracies exist, right? The police officer going up on the roof, his camera dies at the exact moment he's going up. I mean, come on. What the fuck is that? Nice.
The right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you.
Well, I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, he's not equally applying the standards of proof or applying his standards of proof equally. Sorry, I guess is the way I should say it. 100% correct. It's been the same way the entire show. I mean, at this point, you guys probably understand completely.
Like I said, you hold the prosecution to a higher standard than you do to people.
I'm not adding unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah.
It would be official to your show. What does that matter? Like, what does that matter? Who cares if it's her timeline? If it's the what is this point? Like, I'm so confused, man.
Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline, includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well,
bro, the case hasn't happened. Technically, nothing's been confirmed at all. Like, you know, dude, I can't with this guy. Holy shit. What is the point? Like,
yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you and you got to like keep pushing this or like.
I've been following.
Kind of agree, bro. I am under the assumption that this guy hasn't come up with anything on his own. I'm fully convinced that he's only used to talking to little girls, and he's never really sat across from a grown woman or a grown adult at any moment in which he wasn't coached entirely on what he should and shouldn't say.
Get very closely on X.
The receipt, you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following Combo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney.
And yet you can't remember any of the charges. It doesn't seem like you remember any of the names. It doesn't seem like you remember any of the evidence that was produced. Like, listen, I believe you. I just think you're so stupid. You either didn't understand what was being shown to you, or you just forgot it immediately. Like,
covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the charges.
Splitting hairs.
No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't mean that at all.
You don't know any of the charges
ridiculous.
that are against him when this is like getting literally to the crux. Aggravated murder versus murder.
It's ridiculous.
A death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Let's not forget, guys, that this timeline isn't being used by the FBI or the cops. It's only hers. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. All right. Cool. You're really teaching her a lesson or something. I don't know.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else?
What is? Yeah. I mean, I don't think she's trying to say it's anyone else's timeline. I think she's taking full credit of the stuff that she's put together using evidence that she's collected and that other people have collected. I think she's been pretty open about that. I don't think anyone else on this planet is like, this is, the cops are using this. Candace Owens is the lead defense attorney. She's really doing a great, I'm just so, I don't know what he's trying to do here. Well, actually, I'm sorry. He's trying to make her look stupid and show doubt that she might be incorrect, but I don't think anyone on this planet is 100% convinced that, she's God and she has the entire thing laid out for everybody. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm just amazing.
There would be Candace Owens' timeline.
I just don't know what his issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well,
even Patrick is just like, yeah, it's her timeline. Why do you not like that? Like, what's the problem? Dude, I don't think this guy realized he paid $300,000 to make himself look like the biggest moron on the planet. Like, I would be surprised if this guy gets invited to anything after this.
So,
If anything, I imagine Candace is probably going to get invited to bigger platforms now, although it seems like her platform is already pretty big itself. I mean, she'll probably get way more viewers now for sure, even though 250,000 concurrent viewers watching, her live stream in itself is absurd. That's a crazy amount of people.
the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol.
Is there supposed to be alcohol? I'm so confused. Why is that the weird part?
Right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all.
I mean, by his own, what he defines as confirmed, only the stuff the prosecution has put forward is confirmed. That's literally his only current standard for confirmed, is whatever the prosecution says is evidence. That's what's confirmed and nothing else. Literally nothing else on the planet is confirmed other than what the prosecution has said thus far. So, I mean, nothing outside that meets your criteria. And even it just doesn't make any sense.
Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline. I don't
know why the 1102 rule would apply here for you.
Yeah, because you're completely incapable of understanding what's going on. That's why. You still don't understand the foundation to anything being said. I don't even think you understand the foundation of what a debate is or how it should work. You're just so fucking dumb. It's painful to try to communicate with you at all. You just have no understanding. You don't understand anything. That's the problem. Is that what he said? He said, I don't understand.
Receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule.
You don't know why. That's the crux of the problem here. Is you don't know why. You don't know why. You sound like that stupid fucking Supreme Court judge who doesn't understand anything either. I don't understand. I don't know why. I don't understand. I don't know why. It's not because she's failing to communicate or that there's not enough evidence. It's just that you're too stupid. You'll never understand why. You're incapable. You don't have the IQ level. You don't have the brain cells. It just is what it is, buddy. You'll never understand why. It's just sorry.
Would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary
If you have a problem with her timeline, form your own, buddy.
support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure.
Cool.
You can keep whatever
Great.
you want there.
Okay.
I'm just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well,
No hard evidence.
like we've said 1,000 times, there's no hard evidence. Okay. Again, you want a 5K video, fucking up his butt with GPS telling you he was there. Okay, sorry, that doesn't exist. Fine. Not a big deal.
Anyway, yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this, will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the
God, like, again, I don't agree with Patrick, but he understands what an intellectual conversation contains. It's usually both people trying to understand what the argument is and trying to understand why that person is arguing that or their platform. Pretty simple. It's not difficult. However, the one guy is too stupid to actually, abide by those two things. The other person, I think, came in a little jaded, and fair enough.
The case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right.
All right, you guys, if someone followed you everywhere for Christian comedy, is there
and you at the end, for those of you that are watching it, maybe a good commentary for you would be the following on if you're a Andrew fan and you are still saying, you know what, Andrew's arguments were solid, great. Candace, great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded.
Yeah, I mean, that's cool. They sat down, said live. I respect anyone who is brave enough to do that shit. That's cool. That's great. Love that. Respect to all three of them.
This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence.
Just, again, just like completely missing the point of a debate, completely missing the point of an intellectual conversation, probably missing the point of a conversation in general. Again, he's just also wrong.
Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that
that's where the money came from.
France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, it's just funning. It's just funning, Or, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea.
Oh, you're such a clown.
Yeah. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am.
You're honestly one of the dumbest people I've ever seen be in a debate. Yeah, you're pretty up there, that's for sure. Honestly.
And never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And
if you close your eyes and close your ears, then yeah, sure, that stands just fine.
Continuous kind of expression. We're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you
I mean, you kind of did indirectly quite a few times, but sure.
Should
I'm just trying
rationally
get
come
to
to
the
your
end here.
conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. And it's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that.
I just think you're dumb. Like I don't hate your guts. I just think you're genuinely stupid. Like I can't hate a stupid person. You're just retarded, you know? Like it is what it is, bro. Some people are born that way. You're just fucking genuinely dumb. If anything, I hate you because you make way more money than I do. Like you're paid to be stupid. It's amazing.
Not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much.
I love how he said that I'm not telling you how to think, and then he proceeds to tell us what we're probably thinking. It's like, all right, sure.
About that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch, and she backed away.
Bro, just because you say something doesn't mean that it's true. Just because you say a statement doesn't mean it's true. She didn't have any facts, right, guys? Yeah, she didn't have any facts. Just believe me, five-head. Like, what are you doing, bro? What do you, like, why is that even your closing statement? Like, wouldn't people watch what just happened and draw their own conclusions at this point? You wouldn't feel the need to reiterate it because people have already drawn this. It's not like people are getting to this point and then you say, yeah, she didn't have any evidence, and then they just change their minds. Like, that's not, what's the point of your closing statement? Do you just get 7K every time you say Israel didn't do it? Is that what's going on here? Because I feel like that's kind of may or may not be what's going on.
A bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation.
Nice. Yes, that's mostly a proper closing statement. You kind of thank everybody. You just kind of say, oh, you know what? I learned this, or I learned that, or I may be more cautious with this, or I'm going to really look into this. You brought this, like, you know, it's kind of a summary. It's like a handshake that you do at the end. That's a proper closing statement. Oh, I wish we talked about this. Totally fair. She's a little more, I would say, you know, petty about it. She's like, I really want to talk about it, but you didn't let me, which is fine. He's been a dick this entire time. But yeah, this is more of a proper closing statement than what he gave.
I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the
I don't know what she's referring to.
Beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened.
I mean, I don't think anyone is leaving this more convinced one way or the other. Now, I don't think either of them did a truly telling job at pushing their own narrative. So,
I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that.
Oh, you're not arrogant, but you were like pretty stark on trying to get us to go watch all of your episodes instead of kind of walking us through some of it on here. So that was annoying.
That I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out, but you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place.
Yeah, in the end, she has she has more audience than both of these guys combined times like 5, I think. So, I mean, it is what it is, dude. That is crazy.
That I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which was a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you.
It's a great closing statement, much better than his. And again, I disagree with Patrick on most of his politics, but damn, he's a great mediator.
I think the audience
Moderator.
won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did.
Feels like it's been
Support
longer.
the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD Podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Get the fuck out of my mansion. Wow. All right. Well, shit. Again, like I don't really need to, say all my thoughts because I fucking said them the entire time. I'm way more interested in your guys's, so please, let me know. It's a very long episode. I don't know if I'm gonna slap all this together into one, but if you made it this far, fucking hell, God bless you. A long episode. In the end, I kind of wish we got a little more understanding from the both of them. I wish Candace would have been a little more expressive as to why, what evidence she had. All I really wanted to know personally was, what evidence that she had. And instead, she did say some, but most of the time she's just like, well, go watch my show. Which, fair enough. Listen, content creator, you're going to want to force people to go watch your shit. It's a great way to do it. I'm not going to. You ain't gonna get me. And she's at 6 million subscribers. God bless her. It's a lot. Yeah. Content isn't available. Try again later. Interesting. I wonder why. But, yeah. Hey, guys. It's been a fun week. I hope your week is going well. Or, sorry, I hope you had a great week. I hope you have a great weekend. I'll see you guys on Monday. And, yeah, happy night, morning, afternoon, evening, afternoon. God bless you guys. And but to mere ant on this content creator hill. Probably smaller than an ant. I'm like a speck of sand, I suppose. But it was fun. I genuinely liked the first half. It was pretty cool. I didn't realize she's debated Hunter Biden too 2 months ago. But yeah, all right. I will see you guys Monday. Take it easy.